This is empty right now. But there's a new setup. A new setup. How do you like? If you're here, now I'll give you the chance to describe how you like the new setup. Is it nice? How do you like? We're gonna also use the new... I'm gonna use the camera today because I've discovered a new cable and it gives me an opportunity to have the controller plugged in also as well as the camera, which is awesome. Awesome sauce. New background, yes, that's right. Because the laptop setup was suffering. So now there's a new one, a new setup. Also, I should do this. Hold on. Alt, I think it's Alt. There you go. We're cropping it. Cool? Isn't that cool? What do you think? The new setup. The machine. This is a setup that I will debate people in. Wait, did Shad Logic do something? Did Shad Logic do something stupid again? President Sunday's stream title is Shad Logic's donation sound. How do I make money off depressed people? Do we have to do a check on Shad Logic? Is that what's going on? Do we need to? Would you want me? Would you like me to do a check on Shad Logic? A quick checkup? It wouldn't hurt anybody. Ooh. Oh, he's the new Prime Minister, Giuliani. Al-Bashir. Alright, we'll see. We'll see what happens in Syria. Wow. Hold on. Do we want a check on Shad Logic? Racist Gohan. Let me hear the racist Gohan.
That fusion move is incredible.
Hey, are you okay, Oop?
I'll survive, but I'd feel a lot better if one of you'd fuse with me.
Huh? Huh? What?
Come on, please. I want to be as powerful as they are.
Huh?
What do you say, Gohan? Drunks?
Wow.
Huh?
Racist.
Well, sorry, pal, but your arm needs to heal before you can do fusion.
Racist Gohan. It's okay for me to say that because I have an American friend. True. True and real. I have an American friend. Alright, let's see. What has Shad Logic been up to?
Vosh exposed his...
Well, looks like I got a girlfriend tried to trick me. What? Okay. Jake Metal is crumbling mentally. I don't even know who that is. Mama Max closest friends deceived you. I have no clue who Mama Max is. I sentenced Mutahar to 10,000 lashes. Nuxtaku slobbered by dumb. I have. What? Willie Macho debated Xander Hall out of the commentary community. Common sense is a logical fallacy. Dude, you're on it. Okay, I want to watch this debate actually. Willie Mac Show Xander Hall debate. There we go. 7 days ago. I did not know that happened. Is that a new debate? Yes, a new debate. Why isn't it uploaded on? Why is it only on ChatLogic? What the hell?
Who likes? But then we'll
Your personal beliefs on things.
Trump.
Of the Unite the Right rally.
Wait, isn't that like a 4-year-old
It's on a server called
debate?
T2T. Go after those people. They appeal.
Down to her being a girl.
You can be.
No one calls Mr. Beast mid. There's a okay.
Why is he covering a debate from 4 years ago? What? Why do I care about a 4-year-old debate between? Oh gosh, ChatLogic's so desperate. And there I thought that there was something new. ChatLogic deceived me with clickbait. Would you believe it? Westside Tiger is streaming. Adam something versus Warhammer. Wait, what? Let's see my chat. How are you? Anybody here from the chat? Show video? Maybe. I mean, I want to show the video. It's just there's no video to show because ChatLogic lied to us. He lied to you and he lied to me. And now I have to find... I wanted to do a react, but now I cannot. Okay, we can browse YouTube together, I guess. Where's the article? Robert Davis. We can browse it together. We can browse YouTube together and see. Do a warm-up thing together about browsing YouTube. How is that? That looks pretty good, right? That looks pretty okay. That looks pretty pro. If I do say so myself. We are checking out, we are testing the new... Hello, Chum Guzzler. Nope, not here. A deceitful owl. Okay, I guess we're gonna snipe Westside Tiger and see what he's up to.
Fucking ass! You know how we call it Warhammer 40k? That's the 40,000th year after the start of Warhammer. Did you know there's also Warhammer 30k? Did you know there's Warhammer 10k? Did you know there's Warhammer 25k? It goes to all the Ks. The Ks were a lie. The 40k was a lie. All of the Ks work. There's a Warhammer 1k and 10k and negative 80k. The Emperor,
What?
the guy that's sitting on the golden throne, don't even know if we got into that. He's 10 billion years old. He's a
Okay.
reincarnated Conan the Barbarian type who just did fucking magic in his mind. And then he made a bunch of dildos dressed up in diesel armor.
No, he's not. That's not true. The Emperor of Humankind was a merger of a bunch of wise people or something. There was no reincarnation of Conan or whatever, some warrior. A bunch of psychic people merged and created the Emperor. Or something.
and murder all of the lords of the world before he went to space. This was before Slaanesh existed, by the way. But after the fucking Adeptus Mechanicus started to be performed, but also well after the fucking Hidden Ones were made, but also well before the Tau were created.
Why is he
Also,
so...
just
Should I act like this? Fake Kyle Parker, is this what you meant when you said that I should be more energetic? Is this what you meant? Tell me now. Is this what you meant when you said that I should be more energetic? I will listen to your advice. I will listen to your feedback.
on and on and on. It's just
Boring nerd stuff. Oh my god, it's Luigi. It's Luigi. Is nobody streaming right now? President Sunday is streaming. Oh, President Sunday. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, President Sunday.
President
What a
Sunday.
joke.
What a joke. Doing a little humor. What a joke. Kurds under attack by Turkish proxy rebels. Betrayed by West again. Oh, it happened. What I feared happened. My fears were... Oh, I wanna... I'm gonna react to this video because I've heard some very bad news. Oh my god. If this were to pass, that would have been a nightmare of untold proportions. I'm gonna grab a few ice cubes, pour myself some Coke, and we're gonna do this. Oh my god, we're gonna do this. We are so going to do this, aren't we? Let's go. Let's go. Okay, I'll be right back. In the meantime, write in the chat what you think. I said energetic, not obnoxious. Well, Manic and Unhinged, do it. Warhammer KK, Jesus Christ. Jazza was playing Roblox, Skyrim or something. Listen, I can be... No, I cannot. I actually cannot be unhinged. I'm gonna be energetic in a moment. Okay? I'm gonna be so energetic. You're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret asking me to be energetic. Okay. Also, how do you like the... Wait, hold on. That's better. How do you like the light? How do you like the light today? How do you like how the light is today? Oh, also I have to check something before we continue. One moment. I'm working on the layout as we go. So don't blame me if we're gonna have some stuff happen. Okay, do you know who Elon Musk is? Do you know a certain person called Elon Musk? Okay, let me check how much percent the camera has, because I wanna use the camera to stream. Holy crap! Oh my god, I really used it up in the interview. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's gonna be wild. It's gonna be a while until we. I wanna do the cool segments with the good camera. So we're gonna. Whoa! Oh my gosh! Is it off? Yes, it's charging. It's gonna take a while till it charges to full though. It's gonna take a good while. You know Elon Musk, the guy that ruined Twitter? Twitter was not the best page in the world to begin with. And you know what? It was something. Twitter was something. Okay? But now Elon Musk is going against something that we hold dear and love. That's right. Elon Musk apparently, allegedly, he's going after Dungeons and Dragons. So as you can see, I'm going to be a bit... With this one I might be energetic. Hold on, where's my phone? I might be energetic with this one because, oh god, Elon Musk is on a quest to ruin everything that is good and praiseworthy. Imagine what Elon Musk will do with Dungeons and Dragons if he obtains it. Just think about it. Oh my god. This would be a nightmare. This is a nightmare to think about. Have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons? Have you ever enjoyed Dungeons and Dragons in your life? Those days might come to an end. As Elon Musk has plans for you. For you specifically. LucyHaza.org/live. I'm gonna have the chat on the phone as always, as I react to things. God. Oh, that's gonna be... Honestly, I've played more Warhammer than Dungeons and Dragons in my life, but it still does not change the fact that... What if Elon Musk goes after Warhammer next? What if he decides, okay, I've wrecked Dungeons and Dragons, and now it's time for me to go after Warhammer? I haven't. What do you think he'd do to it? He'd probably make it less woke. He'd probably... Oh god. He'd probably fire half the staff, or 70% of the staff. You know what he'd do? He replaced all the artwork with AI art. He would make new campaigns created by AI. Everything in Dungeons and Dragons would be created by AI. It would be a fully AI thing. Okay? So there you go. Let's go. I'm gonna watch a video. And we're gonna decide together. Hello, Philip August. How have you been? He'd make the Imperium the good guys. True. True. He's going to ruin Oh my god. Wait, he wants to buy Hasbro? Not just Dungeons and... He wants to buy entire Hasbro? No, god, please no. No. Oh god, please no. Now it made me really depressed. Okay, let's watch it. Jesus. Elon Musk. What the blue thing is wrong with Hasbro and Wait, what was the name? Wizards of the Coast? Yeah? Was that the name? God, Wizards of the Coast already were on thin ice with the fans with some of their decisions. Like, God, wasn't there something about them wanting to... yes. All new systems created on the basis of their core system, they wanted royalties from that. I remember. God, that landed Wizards of the Coast in hot water. And it was protested to all hell and back. Do you remember that? Do you remember when that happened? I remember. So I'm a real fan of stuff. Alright, let's go. Boom.
So kind of like the worst and dumbest.
Okay. Alright, let me... 6-minute video.
D&D related news of our time just happened. This is like so kind of like the worst and dumbest D&D related.
True, the worst and dumbest is right. It's both the worst and the dumbest at the same time. I have to agree here, 100%. Jesus Christ. I don't even want to know what Elon Musk would or even will do to Dungeons and Dragons. There's been a lot of problems, basically trying to make even the greatest degree the brand, and trying to make D&D such a brand as Star Wars or whatsoever. Yeah. I hope Elon Musk does not go after Warhammer next, because that would just break my heart. Especially since I've played a lot more Warhammer in my life than Dungeons and Dragons. OGL is the gaming license issue you mentioned. Oh, yeah? Yeah, that was such a horrible idea. It's basically the same thing that Blizzard decided to do with its Warcraft 3 Reforged, when they said, okay, we're gonna give you a map creator tool. Whatever thing you create in that map creator tool belongs to us, and you have to pay us, or we have profit and we have ownership of it, of whatever you create in the map editor. Because in the good old days of Warcraft 3, people created Dota in the Warcraft 3 map editor, created a whole new genre of gaming, and Blizzard did not see a cent from it. And so Blizzard decided to fix this issue, and to that anything created in the map editor in the new Warcraft 3 Reforged belongs to Blizzard, which just sort of disincentivized people from creating anything. If Wizard of the Coast and Hasbro's bought the entire scenery of role-playing gaming distribution in the US, is almost bought too. Jesus Christ, you're right. What company distributes Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay? I know it's separate from Games Workshop. Games Workshop does the figurine Warhammer, and there's a separate company that produces and creates Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Do you know what it is? I don't know. I actually don't know. I know it's separate from Games Workshop. I know they have the rights to do the role-playing game that they got from Games Workshop. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Because there are many systems that were created on the basis of D&D, sort of, right? That was the whole gaming license issue. Cubicle 7. I just hope Elon Musk does not go after Cubicle 7 next, because that would break my heart. If Elon Musk buys the Wizards of the Coast, he'll definitely double, triple, quadruple on the whole thing, that anything created based on this system will have to be owned by Elon. I think he would revisit the whole gaming license issue, and he would just quadruple on it, and he would not care about pushback whatsoever. I think he would just do what the Wizards of the Coast wanted to do earlier, but not give a crap about pushback or criticism. That is what I think. Oh yeah. And I'm gonna be honest, I feel like the hobby is already in trouble. It's already a pretty sort of involved hobby. You need to set aside time, you need to meet people. It's already a difficult hobby. So, I don't know. It's really bad.
News of our time just happened. This is like something that for the state of my channel, like this community, I feel the need to get ahead of. So first, brief summary, then I'll continue the caveat for a second, and then we'll talk about what actually happened.
I didn't even know this was happening. I did not know that Elon Musk had his sights on Hasbro as well as on Wizards of the Coast. Yeah, exactly. To play offline, you need physical space and access to stuff. And you also need to play offline, you also need to, not just the physical space, you need to make sure that all the people will be able to go to that physical space at a fixed time. So you have to adjust to every single person's schedule, work schedule, school schedule, whatever schedule. Right? It has to also be a place that is easy for all the people involved to access. I know that there are instances of the physical game workshops, because that happened in Poland. In Poland, the few physical game workshops that there were opened, people would go there and just hang around and play games in the shop itself, and the shopkeepers would be perfectly fine with that. I guess people playing the things in the shop sort of work as an advertisement for the things themselves, so it's a win-win, sort of, kind of. Yeah, of course. It's Elon Musk. He's gonna lay off a lot of people. Like, look what he did to Twitter. Of course he would lay people off. These shops are clubs too. Yeah, sort of. They act as clubs.
A very, I guess, notable game developer, guy who was like behind original World of Warcraft apparently, has some bad opinions about the state of the game today, and I guess like fantasy gaming in general. Tweeted about it, and then literal.
Okay, I wanna read it. Okay, don't just flash it for a few seconds. I wanna read the tweet.
Game today, and I guess like fantasy gaming in general.
Yeah, that's good. They have designed the places with tables. We need more spaces like that, honestly. When I used to play as a pretty young teen Warhammer, we would just go to, and then in itself, that solution in itself is problematic a bit, because you need money, and we would go to bars, restaurants, and other places that serve drinks and food. We would order some drinks and we would drink them forever, and in the meantime we would play Warhammer. That is what we would do a lot of the time. Which technically speaking means that once we finished the drinks, the food, and didn't get anything else, then sooner or later we'd be kicked out. That was the problem with this solution.
general tweeted about it, and then
D&D creators, Gygax, and others are erased and slandered at the same time. Wizard of the Coast and Hasbro just released the new Player's Handbook and Dungeon Master's Guide, as well as the 40th anniversary Making of D&D book, whose foreword slams the original creators and attempts to distance themselves. I spoke with one of the original creators, Rob Kuntz, 3-Line Studio, about the problem. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the beginnings of Dungeons and Dragons have had some problems, especially a certain person that was associated with the brand and created his own special RPG, if we remember. So I'm a bit skeptical, okay? You know? Like, we've watched the whole... Oh, okay. Now I get it. Now I get what you wanted to tell me on Discord. Yeah, I was sort of... Considering that we delved into the beginnings of Dungeons and Dragons a little bit, and how we talked about this guy that created the... God, I remember... The Empire of the Rising Sun, was it? No. That's the computer game. What was the Flower Petal game? The Nazi early cooperator with the creators of Dungeons and Dragons? So I don't know. Maybe my radar is better than I thought, because the moment I saw this, I was skeptical. Petal Throne, yeah, exactly. The moment I saw this, I was a bit skeptical. But you gotta admit, in its early inception, Dungeons and Dragons did have a lot of problems. So the fact that a company would want to distance itself from that actually does not surprise me in the slightest. Yeah. We'll see. We have a second video lined up.
And literal Elon Musk, owner of Twitter, retweeted or commented on this tweet, and that's what's blowing it up, right? The most followed person on Twitter, Elon Musk, is now making statements about Wizards of the Coast. We don't want that, and in a minute we will get to exactly.
Since when does Elon Musk even play such things? I don't believe for 1 second that Elon Musk was ever interested in tabletop gaming. Maybe I'm stereotyping, but I just don't buy it. I don't buy that Elon Musk is this huge tabletop fan. This 40th anniversary book did not do what he claims. We're gonna watch the second video that you've linked. Nobody, and I mean nobody, gets to trash E. Gary Gygax and the geniuses who created Dungeons and Dragons. What the F is wrong with Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast? May they burn in hell. Oh, now I see what's happening. It's a witch hunt. It's a witch hunt of they went woke and are trying to censor the cool dudes. Yeah, he wants to pose as a popular guy to the youngsters. Savior against the woke mind virus. Yeah, I see what's happening here. It's quite, this is quite obvious and transparent.
Exactly what Elon said, because I don't even want you to have to bother to look this up elsewhere. His literal purpose, like this guy's purpose, but also certainly Elon Musk's purpose, is to divide people and make them angry at each other, because that's what's good for his website. And that's why it's really important, just from like a community management moderation perspective, to like, we need to talk about this. And yeah, the rest of the caveat is just that I've already filmed a couple of these like back to basics sort of videos. One just talking about a cool new free RPG. One that is, I think, one of the most innovative D&D videos I've ever seen on the platform, because I've structured it in a way unlike anything I've ever seen. Look forward to that in December, but in the meantime, we'll just address this. So we have...
I so hate it when hobbies get just used this way for... It's all about the wokeness, isn't it? It's all about framing things woke. And I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what the lies are, but I just hate it.
This guy saying that D&D creators, Gygax and others, are erased and slandered at the same time. And we'll just pause here, because we're going to kind of take this statement by statement.
Wait, how can you erase someone and slander them at the same time? How do you do that? If they're erased, then they're erased. They're not there. But if they are slandered, then they're clearly not erased.
They can't be both erased and slandered. That
Oh, well.
is mutually exclusive, because
I guess the guy just said something that yeah.
either you're erasing them and you're not talking about them and you're burying information about them, or
Right.
you're slandering them and you're creating false information about them.
Yeah.
Which is it? You can't have both. False. Right at the beginning here. But we'll take it back down a notch. Okay. And
It's very interesting that I just thought to myself, wait, how do you do that? And seconds later, the guy making the video said the same thing. Life is made of these small little coincidences. Life is just made of these small little, you know.
the easy part is here, they're definitely not being erased in the credits of the new player's handbook. And also, in the player's handbook, the first sentence of the foreword, or his preface, whichever it is, credits them again. You can't get farther from erasing them. And slandered. Basically, he
Wait, hold on.
credits them again.
This story began 50 years ago, and you're part of it. In the 1970s, Gary Gygax and Dave Aronson created a game of make-believe that fused rules with storytelling. Okay, that is a pretty neutral statement. I don't see the slander yet.
Again.
Who knows?
You can't get farther from erasing them.
And slander, for that matter.
slandered. Basically, he just says that in the new making of original
That looks pretty cool, actually. I would get that, actually. I would get that. It was pretty cool. Yeah, it's strange.
D&D history book, which he calls the 40th anniversary book, but as you and I know, it's the 50th anniversary book. He says that the foreword, and I think this is spelled wrong. I guess I don't actually know off the top of my head. Apparently this,
Why it's
Forward.
spelled wrong?
and I think this is spelled
And Dungeon Masters is guide. Oh, okay. Yeah. Dungeon Masters is
wrong.
guide.
I guess I don't actually
Forward.
know off the top of my head. Apparently this forward slams the original creators and attempts to distance the current creators from them. And the line about distancing is a little weird because it's like neither of these guys have worked on the game in multiple decades. They created the very fundamentals of it. Essentially, like all he does here.
I think Dungeons and Dragons, as well as Warhammer, have become much, much bigger than a handful of creators. Like, I'm pretty sure that at this point it involves multiple creators. If we really want to consider something as the legacy of D&D, then we'd also have to discuss all the creators of the different systems that were made based on the core system itself, right? And that would include the Pedal Throne, that would include all the systems that are continuously being created. It's like a huge ongoing project of cooperation and, and a lot of people working together. I think the Dungeon and Discourse channel just covered the same info. He also goes into the details of the book. I do like it. The book does look nice.
It's like in this quote, and it's actually a thread. There's a couple tweets here from this guy. Is he points out some of like the top 3 things that make certain people really angry for some reason. Again, not that he actually touches on all 3 of them here, but I think this is like the time where I need to get ahead of this, make my stance clear on these 3 things. And we can kind of take those one by one. The inclusion of many different kinds of people in artwork in the games. They're just trying to not exclude anybody. That's it. My whole...
Did you know that I'm gonna have a debate with Wick on Dungeons and Dragons? Next Tuesday. We already have the date set. Oh, I haven't talked about this, have I? I'm going to have a debate with Wick. Did you know? That's right. Do you know what it's going to be about? That's right. I'm going to throw my hat into the ring of debating. I'm going to have a big, serious debate about orcs. It's going to be about orcs becoming woke in Dungeons and Dragons, because they, at some point during one of my visits in Ukraine, I think they released a new book for orcs in Dungeons and Dragons, and they were depicted not just as savage and wild like usual, but they were depicted as very diverse and doing many different things, and there were many different looking orcs, and Wick takes huge objection with that, and I don't. In other words, orcs are now depicted as a more complex society, and Wick does not like it, and we're gonna debate it. Yeah, let's prepare for this, because I just, adding complexity is bad. That is my takeaway from the take. Adding complexity is bad, apparently. Yeah. Also, even Warcraft did this with the orcs. Come on. Hello, I'm just here to watch a trash fire. We're watching a big, oh, you're in for a treat. If you're just here for a trash fire, you're in for a treat, because Elon Musk is buying Hasbro and the Wizards of the Coast. Holy crap. That is a trash fire. You gotta admit. You entered the scene at the perfect time for a trash fire. Also, I just announced that I'm going to be debating Wick on orcs. Warcraft is later than these, yeah, but Warcraft is the example that sort of more people know about, I think. But yeah, I can get into all the examples that you've given. Earth Dawn. We will get into all of these examples, because this is just silly. Basically, Wick is saying that the orcs have gone woke. That is what he is saying. And it's like, whatever. Why is the side chat so quiet? Please, people from YouTube, join lucyhaza.org/live and consider supporting your favorite streamer, which is me, by the way. I'm pretty sure I'm your favorite streamer. I want to connect the camera, but it's not even near being charged. There was one other thing that Wick is very angry about, but I don't think I want to debate him on that one. Wick is also very angry that dwarves, the stone creatures or something, are depicted in the new Dwarven book as wearing mittens to hold hot items or something like that. So I'm gonna skip the dwarf thing and I'm just gonna focus on the orc thing. Oh my gosh. So disappointing, isn't it? Okay, let's continue this. Elon Musk deciding to buy Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast. Then we're gonna get into the second video to see who... As it all started with a tweet from a guy called Grams. And I don't really know much about this Grams person. I've seen his tweet for the first time. So after this, we're going to be watching a video that will explain to me who Grams is and what his modus operandi is in general when it comes to fear-mongering about wokeness. We're going to be watching a video by Dead Domain. And I can trust Dead Domain. They make pretty good videos when it comes to breaking down personalities of interesting people. Oh, okay. That's a good idea. Sorry, I was in the shower. Ugh, shower. I have to take a shower, by the way. I should take a shower after stream. You're right, Dr. Johns. Thank you for shaming me for not showering. He worked on Warcraft. Oh my gosh. Oh, he worked on World of Warcraft, the game that ruined the Warcraft franchise. Why, thank you, Grams. Thank you for creating the game that has ruined the Warcraft franchise. Thank you. And I mean it. I'm serious. In my opinion, maybe this is one of my most quote-unquote controversial opinions. World of Warcraft has ruined Warcraft. So, have I made anybody mad by this opinion? I liked Warcraft when it was just the RTS games. Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3. Maria. Nice, thank you. Toaster cleaner. Does that mean that I'm now your favorite streamer? Does that mean that I have earned the... I have no love for World of Warcraft either. I really like the RTS games. I have big sentiment for them. I think the story of Warcraft 3 was good. The bare bones... No, it was not bare bones. Warcraft 2 story was good. It's just that most of the story of Warcraft 2 was outside of the game. A lot of the story of Warcraft 2 was in the instruction booklet that was added to the game, which explained a lot of the story in great detail. So that's actually not true. The story of Warcraft 2 was not bare bones. So it was pretty good. Yeah, but you know, Neverwinter Nights was Neverwinter Nights. Neverwinter Nights is a cult classic. I should play Neverwinter Nights. I never finished Neverwinter Nights. Did you know that? I played it a bit, but I've never finished it. Another one of those games that I've played and I've never finished. I'm not even sure if, ironically enough, I'm not even sure if you can call World of Warcraft a role-playing game. There's not much incentive to role-play in World of Warcraft. Lucy Discord. Oh, what happened? What's in the Discord? Did something happen? Peak Lucy has a viewing experience. Oh my gosh. Nice. What are these? Are these shampoos? Wow. Shampoos. You think those are shampoos? This is a cool mask. Wow. That is a cool photo. Mm-hmm. Nice. I played and finished multi-mods and played online. You could play that online? I didn't even know you could play Neverwinter Nights online. I thought it was a single player game. Genuinely. Gosh. I did not know. Hey Lulu. Hello. I never finished Baldur's Gate, Torment, or Icewind Dale. I started playing Baldur's Gate 1 on stream. I feel like we should finish Baldur's Gate 1 on stream. How am I doing? I'm hanging in there. I'm trying my best. I have no choice. I have to hang in there. I simply have no choice in the matter. God. Now I really want to get into Neverwinter Nights. Hold on. I'm sorry for doing this. Steam. I have to track down Neverwinter Nights now. Shop. Please tell me it's on Steam. Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition. Is that the game? Is that the Neverwinter Nights that I remember? It is! Oh my god, you can get it! You can get it on Steam. The Enhanced Edition. Should I get the Enhanced Edition on Steam? Or should I get it on Good Old Games? Which version is better? It has very positive reviews on Steam. Which version is better in your opinion? Aww. Fantastic game. Was back in the day and still is today. Any lover of pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons or most tabletop RPGs, I highly recommend you play this game. Wow. We have to play this. Oh my gosh. We should have a dedicated day for playing RPGs on stream, I feel like. This is so cool. This is so awesome. We need some positivity among the news of Elon Musk buying Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast. I'm sorry. It just needs some positive energy. None of you all have an excuse now to not attend stream. True. True. Hello, Greater Rain. Is Elon Musk actually following through with buying Dungeons and Dragons? Apparently yes, according to the creator whose video we're going to watch in a moment. Apparently yes. I've been sent 3 videos to react to. We're reacting to the first video, then we're gonna react to a second video, and then we're gonna be reacting to a third video. We're gonna be learning about this creator of Warcraft from Dead Domain, and then we're gonna be watching a video about Elon Musk apparently going through the purchase from a person that is big on tabletop content. Well, we had Baldur's Gate 3, you know? Yeah, but I feel like, and I say it with all the love for the audience, okay? I say it with all the love for the audience, but I don't know, I feel like if we're gonna multiplayer Baldur's Gate 3, I feel like we should do it offline. Or, no, wait, hold on. If you're brave enough to speak on stream, then we could play it together on stream in multiplayer. We still have Baldur's Gate 3, if you're still up to playing it. Idea. What is this? Oh my god, what is this code? Wait, where do I redeem it? How do you redeem a code? Oh, hold on. Gry. Aktywuj. Oh my gosh, what is this product? I got a code. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. We're gonna try it on stream tonight. Oh my gosh. How big is this? Wow. Wow, thank you so much. Wow. And I even have enough memory for it. Wow. We're downloading, which means the stream's gonna go to crap. Because the internet here is not the best to begin with. So it might go to crap. But it's okay, it's fine. You're used to the internet not being good, right? Third video is about the same issue as this. Dungeons and a Discourse. We're gonna watch all 3. We're not in a hurry. We're not in a hurry tonight. There's no time limit. And I really feel like keeping myself busy tonight. I really feel like keeping myself active for my own sake. Donut to Lissy so she can buy games to never finish on stream. Okay, yes, message received, Dr. Johns. We're gonna continue playing Signalis. I have it installed. Message received. We're gonna continue Signalis tonight. I got it. I understand. I understand this reference. We're gonna finish the game on stream. I'm gonna make a list of the games that I've started on stream and have not finished. Then I'm gonna finish them all. One by one. I've been called out right now, brutally. But it's okay, let's continue watching the video. Stardew or Signalis? Signalis. I also do have Stardew. But Stardew is, we're playing in multiplayer with or Fallout New Vegas. Listen, I am aware, okay? I am aware. I'm aware of these games. I am well aware that I have games to finish. We're working on it. Think of all the games that I have finished on stream. Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, What else? I've actually finished quite a few games on stream. Believe it or not. You know? Quite a lot. Sounds like I never finish anything on stream. But I does not care about those. I'm gonna finish the games that you care about, okay? I'm gonna finish them all. It does. You're gonna see it happen.
Thing is just about having fun in the game and wanting everyone to play it. So this is cool to me, and it's weird to me that people get mad about that. The inclusion of, yes, guidelines designed to make sure that no one feels personally, not their character, but themselves, that they never feel uncomfortable at the table. Yeah, like if you're playing a horror game, you want to be scared a little bit, even as a person, not just your character. That's the idea.
Right.
And all these guidelines do is say like, hey, make sure.
Although I feel like it's not really easy to pull off. I feel like you have to be really, really good to be able to pull off a tabletop horror game and make people actually scared in real life as people, not just their characters. I feel like you really need to be a good game master, and I think it's also a bit about the setting. If you're gonna do a horror game setting, for example, as a game master, you could, again, that is again the problem of availability of space, but technically speaking, you could call people out into a remote shack in the middle of the woods, in the middle of the night, and have a horror game session like that. There's a much higher probability that in such a setting, people would actually get a bit scared while playing horror game. Which is not impossible to do. I think so.
Make sure your players know what kind of game you're playing so they know what to expect. And if we want people to have fun at the table, which I do, that's like the slogan of my channel.
I mean, that's the whole point of playing tabletop games, to have fun at the table. If you're not having fun at the table, then what's even the point? You know? Somebody pointed out to me recently, video games are supposed to be fun. Video games are for having fun. Many people don't understand that simple fact that video games are for having fun. Many people don't understand that hobbies in general are for having fun. She can't hide behind the wave anymore, at least on the laptop. I do want to use that other layout as well a bit, for depending on what type of content I'll be making. But this layout is really cool. I do like it. Thank you, Fake Alec Kyle Parker. I feel like we're doing a big rehaul of the channel. I feel like we're moving forward. I feel like we're taking it to the next level. Sort of.
Those kind of guidelines are fine. And then, yeah, the acknowledgement that these...
Well, do people really hate those guidelines to know what sort of a type of game you're playing and to make people comfortable at the table? Is that really a thing that people complain about? Well, people will always find things to complain about. You'll always find things to complain about, really. Right? Yeah, that is really cool. I have to say, that is a really cool stream setup. I'm really grateful.
Original creators weren't like perfect, ideal human beings. Of course not. Without even really talking about stuff in the games, we know that Gary Gygax, like, because his own kids will say this, we know that he was like a great dad and a loving father, but also, as a businessman, he used like company money to fund a lavish lifestyle, way over the top stuff, throwing parties, etc., etc. When he was living in Hollywood, trying to like woo people into making movies about D&D at the time. He's one man who did both of these.
There was a movie made about D&D, by the way, I'm pretty sure, but it was very bad. There was a movie made. Chess was too simple. Elon Musk is just stupid. No offense. Chess is too simple. Just then play Go, okay? Go is more complex than chess. Play Go. And shut up. You know? Not only one.
These things. And so the foreword of this history book just kind of like points that out. Hey, some of the stuff these guys wrote back in the day.
I don't play much chess. I can play Go on stream. I'm different than other girls. I don't play chess. I play Go. That differentiates me from the other streamers and people. If you want me to play something on stream, I'm gonna play Go with pleasure. That should be the thumbnail. I don't, not only one film. Oh, I only know of the one. That was not very good. I know of the animated cartoon. I know of the cartoon, Dungeons and Dragons.
You might not like it. And at most, I could say that they spent a little too much time on it, where it probably could have been more brief, but it really doesn't matter. Because then guys like this, who want you to be angry and mad, and guys like, where is it? And guys like this, who now like professionally, literally his job is to make you angry so you'll comment and retweet and basically just see more ads on his website. He's saying,
I am angry.
Nobody, and I mean nobody, gets to trash Gary Gygax and the geniuses who created Dungeons and Dragons. What the F is wrong with Hasbro and WotC? May they burn in hell. He's
May they burn in hell.
pandering.
Play Mahjong. I actually don't know all the rules to Mahjong, so I'd have to... Did you know that you can just play Mahjong in Final Fantasy XIV? There's a Mahjong table, and you can just go and play it. But I'd actually have to learn all the rules. Mahjong is... Mahjong is not easy to get into.
Oh wait, there's this other fan base that has divisive opinions that I can jump in on because it aligns with my brand now. And lots of people, obviously including the guy who made the post, are just biting right onto it. Just eating it up, eating up his little pander dessert. That is the opposite of even what the original creators wanted. That's, I think, kind of where this story ends. That even if Gygax, Arneson, whoever, were maybe misguided in their attempts to get everyone into the hobby, they surely wanted everyone to play and enjoy their game. This guy doesn't. So don't be like this guy and don't buy in to his, little pandering treat that he's hanging over your head, trying to make you angry about stuff. Your homework, if any, is like when you see other people trying to divide the community, shut it down, okay? Because that's not what we're about.
True. Just enjoy the hobby instead. Just do the hobby. Play solitaire. I'd lose in solitaire. Solitaire is far too complicated for me. Go is never not gonna look like two people make constellation art. But that's the cool thing about it. Okay, we're gonna watch the second video. I'm looking forward to this one because I do like the Dead Domain videos. Not sexy enough. This is about the Grams person that started it all with the tweet about the horrible, horrible Wizards of the Coast. Not sexy enough. And the intro is really cool to Dead Domain. 27 minutes. A pretty short video. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna enjoy it together. Like a family. I'm looking forward to learn about Grams.
If you're a person who isn't terminally online like me, you might not even be aware of a recently released game called Stellar Blade. Or if you are, you might not have thought much of it. Or maybe
Wait, what is this game? I've never heard of it.
that it looked neat from trailers on social media. It isn't terminally...
Hold on. What is this game?
If you're a
How have I not heard of it?
person who isn't terminally online like me, you might not even be aware of a recently released game called Stellar Blade. Or if
I'm not aware of this game, no.
you are, you might not have thought much of it. Or maybe that it looked neat from trailers on social media or during
It does look pretty neat, actually.
Sony press conferences. Stellar Blade is a new character action game
Oh.
from Shift Up, where you play as a character named Eve. You fight alongside a ragtag team against the Naytiba as you try to reclaim
It does look pretty cool, actually. Gunner game? Imagine Nier Automata, but more Korean. Oh. The gameplay looks pretty interesting. Visually, at least.
a fallen Earth, gathering upgrades, helping people out, and listening to chill tunes. This is a video game-ass video game, unashamedly so. Somehow, this very basic character action game has become a lightning rod for a slew of fabricated controversies, mostly revolving around how the main character is a sexy, exaggerated fantasy, and somehow that, being from a Korean game studio, equates to a stand against modern, woke, SJW, and diversity movements in games. Like I said at the beginning, terminally online. But as I've been playing Stellar Blade, I've been struck by one thing more than anything else. For a game that was hyped up as being a bastion of heterosexual horniness, a haven in a wasteland of modern games turning gaming heroines into real people and...
Spoiler, it is not a good game? Oh, it's not? Well, maybe I'll skip it. I mean, there's so many games to play, honestly. I have to become... oh my god. I unironically need to become more picky with games. I really need to become more picky with games because I don't have infinite amount of time and I should just really cut out all the games that are crap. I used to play a lot more crap games, but now I feel like I should be more choosy and just play the ones that are good. If that makes sense. Because there's just no time. There's so much to do. There's just so much to work on. And when you have some free time, you might as well play a good game and not a bad game. Wait, but you said it's not a good game. Is it a bad game?
Instead of sex dolls, this game is surprisingly sexless. So this is going to be a video about how Stellar Blade
Oh, it does look like Nier Automata.
isn't sexy enough. On the edges of the recent DEI and Gamergate 2 controversies, a contingent of nerds made this game their entire personality solely because Eve falls into a pre-approved mold of sexual attraction they formed based on a non-stop diet of porn and anime. They began to hype up Stellar Blade as something it wasn't. They compared her to action heroines like 2B, Bayonetta, Rain, and others, hyping Stellar Blade as a return to classic character action games that was more prominent on the PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3. And I want to say I've always been on board with that possibility. The aforementioned games and that era of gaming hold a very special place in my heart. I've lost count of how many times I've played all the way through Bayonetta, Devil May Cry 3, 4, and 5, and Ninja Gaiden 2. I've never hated on Stellar Blade because of a sexualized...
I played Ninja Gaiden 1. That was a pretty good game. I played Ninja Gaiden on the Nintendo, the original Nintendo. That was a good game. Let's see, we talk in chat more. If you talk with chat more. Wait, I read your chat literally. I read out loud. Imagine Nier Automata, but more Korean. What do you mean? I talk with chat. It's more Dark Souls Light. That game is nothing special. Huh.
Character design. However, I was hesitant because, even playing the demo, Eve seemed to have very little in the way of personality, and the attractiveness of a character goes beyond just being scantily clad or suggestively dressed. It includes their attitude. The problem with Stellar Blade is that it is a stylish character action game, but it's a game whose characters have very little character or style, and as a result, even what sexuality there is falls flat. And I want to deconstruct that a bit because of how Stellar Blade sits at a fascinating intersection between culture war and cultural celebration, being hyped as what a section of gamers wanted it to be, rather than what it actually was. To be blunt, Stellar Blade isn't sexy enough, not because it doesn't show enough skin, but because, aside from showing skin, the characters have very little going on to be endeared to. As a result, Eve as a character can't hold a candle to other action game contemporaries like 2B and certainly not Bayonetta, and her forced status as a sex symbol comes off as hollow and desperate in a way I'm sure the developers never intended. Let me get the good stuff out of the way first. I want to be clear that I think Stellar Blade's art design overall is phenomenal. The enemy designs vary from Stranger Things Demogorgon.
I mean, it does look pretty interesting, but if it's not a good game, like the graphics are not the most important thing in games.
Knockoffs to some really damn cool boss designs. The world is full of post-apocalyptic cyberpunk influences that give players plenty to gawk at throughout, even if a few too many environments come down to being an overgrown sewer or one of the multiple drab deserts you spend hours going through. The later environments get more interesting visually, but it sucks you spend 15 hours going through rarely stimulating generic post-apocalypse standard locales and solving very basic LEGO Star Wars puzzles in between combat encounters. It kind of reminds me of Darksiders in that way, where you're telling me about this cool, expansive world with all this lore apparently, but that cool shit must be happening elsewhere because I'm looking in the sewers for Naytiba for hours. Speaking of Naytiba, the main plotline is painfully threadbare, at least for the first 3 quarters or so, before the ending ramps up into a series of epic climaxes that throw terminology and lore at you that you probably haven't been paying much attention to because it started blending into an anime mush hours before that point. The most interesting and climactic moments aren't given any real build-up, and most of the gameplay is focused solely on the action, while the story feels like set dressing that just gets in the way of a main course. The lack of investment in the story feels like a side effect of the boring characters, which I'll get to in a minute, but also sparse storytelling, which can see you going sometimes hours with very little in the way of plot development. Much of the game is simply a quest to find a series of MacGuffins and eliminate enemies, with the true intentions behind your mission shrouded in mysteries that are incredibly easy to see coming a mile away, so that when the twists do arrive, they land with a thud. And I don't want to hear, well, it's a character action game, they don't have good stories, because that's BS. Plenty of games have memorable stories and characters like Devil May Cry 3 and Nier Automata. In essence, the game's cutscenes become an annoyance you have to go through to get to the meat of the game, which is actually really good. So before I start nitpicking, I want to say...
Wait, so is it a bad game or is it a good game? According to Dead Domain, the gameplay of this game is actually very good, or pretty good. So which is it? Should I play this game or not? Should I trust Dead Domain? Is Dead Domain a big gamer? Listen, I just heard it. I just heard it from the horse's mouth. The gameplay's pretty good.
That the gameplay is generally really solid. There's an engaging loop of exploration, spotty platforming, and generally crunchy and acrobatic combat that follows the standard format of a Souls-like with various camps.
Have you played it? Fake Kyle Parker? Have you played it?
You reload with upon death, though without losing and needing to recover experience upon death. The gameplay loop itself was a bit surprising because I figured as a return to older hack-and-slash games it might be more linear, but it's actually all a connected world. In fact, one thing I noticed playing is that this game is basically in the exact same mold as Respawn's Jedi Fallen Order games. The platforming, the way collectibles are placed and unlocked, the basic combat and staggering system, parrying, dodging, upgrades, relying on one weapon that you evolve usage of over the course of the game, and even a little robot friend
Wait for sale. Fair enough.
that scans things in the environment for you.
He copied my whole fucking flow!
Obviously, I've played it since I'm talking about it. Okay. I did not even know that it was out. You should DM me about new games coming out and tell me if they're good or not. Because I've completely missed this game coming out.
Word for word, bar for bar!
That being said, it's not a bad thing by any stretch, and I like those games. My first video essay was actually on how Fallen Order blends Eastern and Western influences into something compelling and new, so go check out that video, it needs some views. I want to say Stellar Blade is good, and at times even a great game. While the overall story fell flat for me, the world is interesting enough that I'd be interested in seeing what a sequel could present, and the gameplay is flashy and fun,
Okay.
even if I would always like to see more in the way of weapon variety in my character action games. I even like the over-the-top anime climaxes because even if Stellar Blade felt like just a collage of influences with very little original thought, it was clearly made with love for its influences like Bayonetta and
I would not waste money on it at all.
Nier, Dark Souls, and more. This is a work of passionate and talented developers, and it's fine that it didn't land for me in some ways, because I don't think good art needs to be for everybody. I want to say all of this up front, I think Stellar Blade is good, and I liked playing it. But this video isn't about the story or gameplay. It's how this game has been forced into a role in an ongoing culture war. And that brings me to Eve. The biggest problem with Eve Stellar Blade is that she is, at her core, despite all the surface level sexiness, an incredibly boring character. The most style she has comes in the variety of unlockable costumes that run a vaguely fetishized gamut from pretty cool cyberpunk ensembles to more gothic fashion and skin-tight bodysuits with accompanying jiggle physics that leave little to the imagination. As a very sex-positive person myself, these outfits on their own don't give me pause. If a game wants a sexy lady, whatever. It's the fact that Eve has been poised as an anti-woke sex symbol, despite having nothing to her character even as a sex symbol. Eve stands on the shoulders of some of the most iconic and sexy gaming heroines of all time, queens with pomp, verve, edge, grit, ladies who serve death in high heels and low-cut dresses with a wink and a one-liner, whose larger-than-life personalities manage to outshine their fantastical, larger-than-life assets. Instead of following in their path, however, Eve languishes in the shadows of her own bountiful assets. These outfits and boot physics have become the primary selling point for a legion of gamers who have posed Stellar Blade as some kind of victory against wokeness in games. But you may be asking, how is a sexy lady in a game a victory against wokeness? Now, I've tried explaining this controversy to people in person.
Wait, is the game being so choppy because of my laptop, or is it because of the... Or is it just like that in the video that I'm watching? I am having...
I told my woke leftist friends in person about how Eve was positioned as a stand against wokeness because she has a big old caboose and knockers. They couldn't understand how that equated to being anti-woke.
Yeah, you
Loads
should.
of people on the left love tiggle bitties and a girl boss protagonist, and they always have, even in gaming. Stellar Blade has caused some interesting revisionist history here, where if you bring up games like Bayonetta or Nier Automata to say, hey, I'm woke and I like sexy women in games, you'll probably be met with the idea that progressive gamers only like those games.
I have different segments to edit first. We need to edit the Bad Empanada one, we need to edit the Syria one. We have a few earlier segments to edit first. Potatoes.
After they came out, they weren't on board since day one, in fact, hated them at first. Their evidence for this is usually a string of random opinion pieces, asides in interviews, or Anita Sarkeesian talking about Bayonetta. Let's not let all of the actual game critic reviews at the time get in the way of the arguments that they're fabricating here. I recommend you go watch my friend Savvy Writes Books' deep dive essay into Gamergate because she does a wonderful job summarizing everything about Anita, including the Bayonetta controversy. See, Anita thought Bayo was an oversexed porn fantasy, and being a progressive voice at the time, that somehow became the narrative we're seeing from Stellar Blade fans, that the entire gaming establishment, all the woke devs and journalists and fans, felt the same way. This isn't true, and I'll let Savvy's points here speak.
Every aspect of Bayonetta's existence, from the way the camera is magnetically drawn to her sexualized body parts, to the pole dance reward for completing the game is expertly designed to be sexually affirming and satisfying for a presumed...
I've never played Bayonetta. Full disclosure, I've never played the game. So I actually don't know what sort of game it is. I've never played it.
straight male audience.
A lot of this criticism relies on the willful ignorance of the LGBTQ community. Games like Bayonetta, in my experience, have been pretty popular with lesbians. Games like Fallout New Vegas, which Anita also critiques, are extremely...
Wait, what did Anita Sarkeesian say about Fallout New Vegas? What is there? What? That surprises me. I didn't know that. I did not know that Anita Sarkeesian criticized Fallout New Vegas. There's such a dissonance between anti-woke people upholding sexy media and the right-wing's ultra-puritanism. I know.
Popular in trans circles. When Anita treats all game audiences as if they're the presumed straight male character, as she often says, I think that's short-sighted.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun game. Maybe I should play it.
And it ignores a lot of the communities that are really engaging with these games. In some cases, the player is a woman, a part of the LGBTQ community, or both, and the game serves an entirely different purpose. Some women have huge boobs and they jiggle. I find it more of an unrealistic body standard to show the boobs not jiggling. As someone who was cursed with a lifetime of big boobs until I got my surgery, I legitimately did feel empowered.
I have small boobies, so...
By seeing...
I wish they were a bit bigger, but, you know. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Bayonetta 1 and 2, Peak. The third one runs poorly on Switch. I thought about trying it on an emulator. People say it's good. I need a Switch. I remember that over a year ago, fake Alec Kyle Parker made an announcement that he'd buy me a Switch. I remember. I still have vague memory of fake Alec Kyle Parker announcing that he'd get me a Switch. It was over a year ago or something.
Large-chested women displaying their big tits for the world while doing badass shit. Because I'd spent my entire life having the Catholic-informed culture around me telling me to cover it up and to hide myself.
Anita was a pop feminist a decade ago, and while she didn't deserve the harassment she received, she also wasn't right about everything, and her criticism was often overly simple. I have not ever agreed with her take on Bayonetta for...
No. No. You said you'd give me money for a Switch. Do I have to dig out the stream where you said it? That was a long time ago. That was not now when you bought a new Switch. That was a long time ago. That was before a new Switch even existed, I think.
For example, yet if I criticize Eve, for some reason people assume I fall into this camp. This is despite despite comparisons to Bayonetta, Eve doesn't have anywhere near the scandalous camera work or winking to the camera. It feels like Stellar Blade refusing to commit to the bit in a way. Like if it had just gone all the way and had close-up angles and goofy nods to the camera, it would have been far easier to agree with its sexualization of the main character as a legitimate selling point for people interested in that. It would have been understandable that it engaged a fervor of people defending it
It feels like just a Korean game, to be honest.
Literally as a sexy game, because the sex
just has a Korean aesthetic.
Appeal would have been more than incidental, more than a sideshow that had been foisted to the game's main selling point. Yet, forget the solid gameplay and great art design and the
thank you very much.
World and characters that the developers worked years to make. The skimpy outfits of Stellar Blade were the rallying cry for some gamers. This bizarre investment in Eve's scantily cladness is evidenced by the petition to uncensor the game, where one costume out of over 40 unlockable costumes was slightly edited to cover slightly more cleavage.
Oh my god.
As I mentioned, these skimpy costumes are all the sex you get in this game. The camera is pulled out in combat, a wise gameplay choice that makes it hard to even see the boob jiggle. The game doesn't have sex scenes, or unlockable sexy pictures of Eve, or suggestive dances, or even destructible outfits. All of this chest beating and online rallying for this game is a silver bullet of sex appeal, and in the end it's just tits and skin-tight costumes. Stellar Blade might have jiggle physics, but it's not a sexy game. Because unlike something like Bayonetta or even Baldur's Gate 3,
Motherly
Eve as a character
maybe.
is boring. No matter what clothes she's wearing, Eve is a wet towel of a character. Nearly every emotional beat is reacted with the same empty stare. Even as she fights monsters to the death, she barely musters a grimace. I don't want to spoil anything because the game is still new, but late in the game she gets a series of earth-shattering revelations and just kind of barely reacts. It's not
Shrugs
helped
them
by the
off.
British monotone of her voice.
Listen, it's called being a strong woman, okay? That does not crumble in the face of any difficulty, okay? It's called being strong. It's called being strong. It's gonna be a strong woman.
Actress, but it's not like she emotes much outside of her lines as it is. She has almost no observations of her own that don't exist solely to give players a gameplay hint. She has no quippy remarks. She doesn't pop off a sick one-liner when she eviscerates that boss that's been giving you trouble. Compared to her contemporaries, she has absolutely no attitude. She barely has a personality with what you could call defining characteristics. She's not overly curious. She's not overly emotional. She's not competitive or tenacious or even really that determined. She just kind of goes with whatever flow is presented, taking developments in stride. Compare this to another fairly stoic protagonist in Nier Automata's 2B, where 2B...
They updated the game, so now when you try to do an upscript of the MC and kicks the camera away, the OS has truly fallen. Captain Peggy Carter type of... Oh.
starts the story as reserved, eventually things happen that draw more emotion from her. Lots of things. I won't spoil if you haven't played it, but long story short, 2B has a lot of emotions and is clearly affected by the things that happen to her in 9S. And despite being reserved, she even has time for one-liners occasionally. She's not as explicit as Bayonetta, but she's still a badass. Comparatively, Eve starts similarly reserved after a tragic opening scene, but her emotional range never shifts from blankness. 2B's story should be a template for Eve to follow, but she doesn't ever break through any emotional barrier, even as the game attempts to reach an emotional climax. Even as she begins pontificating about salvation and the meaning of blah blah, her voice never reaches above a dull baseline. At first, I thought the game was portraying her as despondent due to a trauma reaction at the beginning of the game, but that's just her personality, for lack of a better term. Her lack of emotion feels less like an intentional storytelling device than it does a half measure to make her a voiceless protagonist like Gordon Freeman or something, except she does have a voice, she just doesn't use it to say anything interesting. Even the various NPCs you can help with side quests get a greater range.
Get more personality. Has he talked about the interview yet? No. I will talk about the interview after we watch the videos. If you're waiting for that, then I have not talked about the interview yet. I am going to talk about it today. The storytelling ain't the best. Yeah, I can see. I can see it being talked about.
Range of emotion than Eve. I don't know if it was an attempt to make her a quiet, stoic badass like every kid who tried to act like Cloud Strife in middle school, but it comes off that same way, boring and mildly annoying. Her and the crew she worked with are all fairly bland, but even Lily has a somewhat peppy personality and has hints of a more tragic backstory that forms a slightly more compelling character. Yet Lily is a problem on her own because she looks like a child with boob physics. And some people are going to say she doesn't look like a child, except this game has a child character to compare her to, so be the judge as you compare this child and apparently non-child. I'm not saying she's not an adult, I'm saying it's weird how much she looks like the kid. But speaking of B-side characters, Eve is outshined by nearly a...
No, there's no need to rewind. I'm gonna get into the interview in a moment. For the longest time, I didn't know whether they were cyborgs or androids. That's interesting.
Other female character in the game. Like these cyberpunk Valkyrie-looking sentinels. Look at her, she's serving. She's giving anime Angel of Death concept art realness. Or Taki, the stern partner of Eve's who dies in the intro. She's on the screen for like 5 minutes and she gets more attitude than Eve gets for 20 hours. Taki absolutely should have been the main character, and if Stellar Blade 2 happens, I hope it's a prequel focusing on her. While I'm on the subject of female characters, it's worth bringing up that for all the phenomenal style the game has, it's all reserved for the highly sexy women characters. Like, even the disabled jazz singer Android has a side quest that ends in her getting big robo-titties. That's
Oh
all
my
well and
gosh.
good if that's the creator's vision, But part of what makes that vision so bland compared to other contemporaries is an unwillingness to extend that same style to the men. Exhibit A is Adam, who fights with Eve, get it, to save Zion. Compared to Eve and Lily's more stylized faces, Adam looks like any number of generic Call of Duty tactical soldiers. He is
Yes. One time I even screamed, "What are you?" And my dad asked what was going on.
almost photorealistic, which is an odd choice next to the Alito lookalikes in the game. Like most other male characters, he's also continually covered to his neck in this tactical puffy jacket look, even in this arid desert settlement. Which isn't a problem, but it is literally something almost every male-presenting character has. They have barely any skin showing, if any at all. This is such a missed opportunity. I'm not talking about needing the men to show all the same skin as women do, but this blanket approach to design doesn't allow characters to stand out like they should, and a studio capable of some great art design shouldn't be missing a chance to do that anywhere they can. All of these issues get at a core of Stellar Blade's lack of sexiness, a lack of style, not in the world design obviously, but in the characters themselves. For all her backflips and sword lunges when compared to contemporaries, Eve just does not serve, and it has very little to do with raw sex appeal. Look at some of the...
This is just an example of a problem that's created out of nothing, a cultural war that is created out of something that does not exist. You should see what they've done to Skyrim.
Other games that wear sex appeal on their sleeve. You've got Onechambara, where zombie-slaying ninjas spin chainsaws in bikinis. You might not like it, but it's a campy premise that justifies the sexiness of its heroines, while also allowing them to show personality and their unique weaponry and attitudes. Then, of course, there's Bayonetta. Perhaps the most insulting thing about comparing Eve or Bayonetta is that Bayonetta is everything Eve is not. Putting aside her sex appeal for a second. She is emotive, talkative, witty, with a comeback on hand, has ridiculous one-liners, is a total reality-bending badass. Look at this shit. This is how one of the Bayonetta games opens. This is what stylish action is all about.
Well, I mean, we don't have audio, so we don't really know what it opens on, and it's supposed to be all about those one-liners, but I cannot hear any of them, so...
Style and action. Her design is even suited to her personality, with intentional choices meant to convey her intelligence and maturity, like wearing glasses and high heels. And all of that is part of her character before you insert her sex appeal. Bayonetta owns her own sex appeal, and while titillating, it's an essential part of the character, who she is and how she navigates the world on her own terms. By comparison, Eve's sexiness seems accidental.
Whoa, Bayonetta looks really cool.
Surrounded by this sexless world and realized only through random assorted outfits, Eve seems less like a confident, self-assured, badass main character than a generic sword lady who keeps accidentally falling through a stripper's wardrobe. As you get to the most interesting story bits and Eve attempts to come into her own as the hero, none of it lands. Maybe it's because the game holds so much of the most interesting narrative
Accidentally keeps falling through a stripper's wardrobe. Oh my goodness. And then Bayonetta voice act completely destroy all the goodwill from the community. Oh, hold on. Isn't there a Japanese version of something that we could just play?
Moments for the last few hours, leaving you to slog for more than 10 with this blank slate, but the result is still a boring character that I didn't care about by the time the credits rolled, which I find to be a fascinating development. As petitions like the one for censorship have shown, the vocal contingent of Stellar Blade fans seems to only prioritize this thin, juvenile sex appeal. They don't seem to register that Eve as a character could have been so much more, and if she had been, she could have been so much more sexy. Like they don't see the difference in sex as conveying a relationship and connection in Baldur's Gate or The Last of Us, they don't seem to see Eve as anything more than a canvas for their most vanilla carnal desires, a conventionally attractive husk to watch jiggle her way through a piece of art so many developers and artists meticulously crafted as an experience. And they're so affixed on simple character design to notice the rest of the game, or at least what it could be. Stellar Blade is a good fun time with an engaging gameplay loop that is let down by poor characterization and bland storytelling. It's a video game-ass video game, and most people will enjoy it as such, but I'm going to remember it as an example of how transgressive movements will rally behind anything to prove their point, no matter how poorly it stands up to scrutiny. Stellar Blade simply isn't the game these people propped it up to be, and it never was. A sexy main character doesn't mean a game is some kind of anti-woke statement. The developers wanted to make a cool experience that recalled games that...
How many games are genuinely anti-woke statements? Like, can you name in the chat any game that actually was supposed to be some quote-unquote anti-woke statement? Were there any games that were even genuinely made with that in mind? I'm asking seriously.
That it influenced them over the years. For better or worse, they succeeded and created a fun game that I hope can be improved on with a sequel. But the tragedy is, I don't think many of the people who are calling themselves fans of this game realize how their short-sighted focus on jiggle physics blinded them to the rest of this experience. Also, they can claim some kind of victory in an ideological battle they seem to be waging against nobody but themselves.
True. Nobody cares about it.
Hello, everybody.
The only time I hear about those culture war topics is from right-wingers and reactionaries that cry about it. Otherwise, it's just completely out of my radar. And of course, there's been also a controversy around Stalker 2. Did you know? There's been a lot of controversy. There's so much nationalism in Stalker 2. There's a Ukrainian Matchbox. They're making a new Bayonetta, and she got recast with a new voice actress because she wanted an obscene amount of money. Make us think online, then told everyone to donate to a transphobic charity to spite the death. What the? What? Oh my, okay. That's, wow. Damn, I think she made more video about this Stellar Blade. Because the other was more extended. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, we're gonna watch Dungeons and the Discourse. Because now we're gonna be watching a video about the bad news. The bad news. But first I'm gonna check up on the camera because we might be switching to a better video. Because Graham stated this game. This is Gamergate 2 around Stellar Blade. Graham started to lash on this. What? Did Graham say that this game is not sexy enough? Did he say that the characters are not sexy enough and that it's wokeness gone mad? Is it wokeness gone mad? Has the wokeness gone mad? Let me check. One moment. Let me check the camera. How much percent? 100. It's charged. I don't know why it kept having the... I have no clue why it kept having the... the color, but whatever. I'm gonna plug it in. Because it seems like... How's the lighting today? Graham stated that Stellar Blade will make wokes mad. And it is an anti-woke game, of course. But okay, I repeat my question. Was there ever a game that anybody played and enjoyed, not some niche, super niche crap game? Was there ever an actual game that was created as some anti-woke statement? I can't think of any, honestly. I can't think of any games that were made to be some anti-woke statement. I've played quite a few games, honestly. Where's the USB streaming? Here we go. Connect to the computer. I'm gonna connect it now. Whoa, cannot do it like this means I can move the laptop. I'm gonna the tripod that I received. Okay, let's switch the camera a bit. Where's the phone? Not the Matchbox. Yeah. Literally every Grand Theft Auto so far, probably. No, I don't think so. I don't think that Grand Theft Auto games were actually made. I genuinely don't think the creators of Grand Theft Auto were going into the production of the game thinking, yeah, we're gonna make an anti-woke statement. I don't think so. I genuinely don't. Hold on. We're gonna turn off the camera. This one. Wait, also, I feel like the chat is getting cut off. Yeah, the chat is getting cut off. Oh wow. Oh, the chat is getting cut off. That's not good. But now it's so small on the screen. I feel like I'll have to fix this somehow. I'd like it to fill more of this box, but otherwise it cuts the text. Okay, let's turn off the camera number 1 and turn on camera. Properties. Perfect. Oh wow, I'm so big. Wait. Okay. That works, right? Better quality? They like it more? Can you see the difference between the webcam and the camera that I use for the interviews? Or do you not see the difference? Let me see the chat. House Brothers went crazy with making a intercourse simulation that obscuring the functionality last minute before printing the discs, which led to modders discovering and restoring it. So they had to pull GTA San Andreas copies. But I still feel like GTA was not made as some anti-woke statement or whatever. The only game I could think of would be the Postal franchise, but even then, that game was made to offend everybody. Maybe. But the fact is, some of the most woke people love Postal. So is it really that anti-woke? If woke people love Postal too? I think on it, okay? If it's such an anti-woke statement, then why do woke people like it? That is my question that I pose to you.
It's been the most
Okay, we're watching the
insane
video on Elon Musk, but
ever
guys, ugh, bad news all around. Lucy play Postal too. I might. I've been recommended it recently. I've been definitely recommended Postal 2 recently. Yeah, I think so. So you just switched? Yes, I just switched to the camera that I use for the interviews. Can you see the difference in quality of the screen? feel like you can see that my hair is not perfectly washed right now. I feel like that's the biggest thing that you can see now. That the camera switched. I should have taken a shower before streaming, but I'll take a shower after. Okay, let's watch how Elon Musk is taking over. If you gift it to me, I'll play it. Just like I'll play a surprise game today.
It's been the most insane week ever in Dungeons & Dragons history, and it just got worse. I'm gonna be real with you, people. I did not have this on 2024.
How much is Hasbro? Oh no. Oh god. How much is Hasbro? Oh no. Oh.
Bingo card, but here we are. It's the year that just keeps on giving. So here's how the biggest D&D news of the year just went down and why it's absolutely terrible for Dungeons & Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons and Transformers fans horrified at the idea of Elon Musk buying just has completely. This has gone over my head so badly.
But before we get into it properly,
I cannot believe that Elon Musk wants to buy Wizards of the Coast as well as Hasbro. Oh damn, I mixed it up. It was not that domain, but Sean's video that went through who grams this. We can watch it later today. That's not a problem. But I think we'll play a game in between. And I want to talk about the interview. They have done shows with someone who did shows with some Majority Report. Yeah, they are good. They are a good content creator. They don't seem very happy right now, but I can certainly understand why. They don't really feel happy about Elon Musk thinking about buying Hasbro. God. Wow.
let's all just take a breath and acknowledge how much we all love the tabletop role-playing game hobby. Because there is a physicality to role-playing games, of getting miniatures
Do sign the petition.
on the table and enjoying some evocative, awesome terrain. Like, say, I don't know, how about recreating the seat of the 9 Undying Ringwraiths, the Black Tower of Minas Morgul? That'd be kinda neat, right? Well, that's exactly what I did this month, thanks to today's sponsor, Bamboo Labs. And this flawless nightmare creation...
You know what? Usually I skip the whole, oh, sponsored by. But when I like a creator, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep the sponsor thing running. I'm not gonna skip it.
Literally took me less than a week to create using...
Although technically speaking, I don't know if I like this creator. But they seem okay.
the Bamboo Labs A1 3D printer, which is the perfect printer to start your journey with 3D printing. And that's not only because it's super affordable or that it's the best quality 3D printer that I've ever used, but because it is genuinely one of the easiest products ever invented by man. This thing is genuinely plug and play. Seriously.
Would you like to get me, would any of you like to get me a 3D printer for Christmas? Anyone?
Arrived in a big box.
We could be 3D printing on stream. Think about it. Consider it.
I just plugged it in, and within minutes, I was ready to go. Even better, to actually print with it, I just downloaded the files I wanted to print and then used their program, Bamboo Handy, to automate everything. And within minutes, I was printing out an entire dungeon worth of terrain for my weekend game of Dungeons & Dragons. And that's how I got Minas Morgul without even having to accept a
and then you can paint it.
Gift. I simply press print. Take that, Sauron. You can use this to print out terrain so that your RPG table looks amazing at a fraction of the cost. I've used mine to print out giant castles, dungeon floor plans for dungeon
Oh.
crawls, and even miniatures too. I've been printing out player characters with this thing. With a 3D printer, you could genuinely print any miniatures you want efficiently
This
and
is-
affordably. Not to mention,
this is
you
so
can
cool.
even get these printed out in multicolor, so you don't have to paint them after you're done.
Really? Holy crap.
I mean, look at this. I literally printed this hot off the line. There's no paint on this bad boy. How cool is this? And if you've ever been tempted,
Wow.
well, you should be. And now is the time to buy one, because Bamboo Labs are currently having their biggest sale of the year.
I'm gonna print miniatures, of course. Let's see what are you even gonna do with a 3D printer. I'm gonna print cool miniatures, of course.
With incredibly deep discounts. So check
Wow.
out the link in the description of this video for the Bamboo A1 3D printer. That's the printer.
Aww.
It comes with
Look, that's the price.
this
That's the
video for
price.
the Bamboo
$449. What a cheap Christmas gift, isn't it? What a cheapo Christmas gift.
A1 3D printer combo. That's the printer, and it comes with everything you need, including materials to get printing immediately, and it even includes
Aww.
multicolored printing. So check out my link below. I can wholeheartedly recommend Bamboo Labs, and thanks to them for sponsoring today's video. Okay, so let's get into it. Gary.
Okay, let's get into the bad news, okay? Let's get into the horribleness of what's happening with Elon Musk.
Gygax. Yep, we're starting there. If you've ever even gotten a whiff of someone carefully trying to min-max out a character sheet, or ever heard anybody desperately justify why their lawful good paladin is perfectly fine with recreational murder, or even just let someone smell your hair at a gaming convention, then you have heard of Gary Gygax. Like the dungeons he designed, he's pretty much inescapable. And Gary Gygax
Oh
is
my
a
God.
titan of the RPG hobby. Him, alongside Dave Arneson and others, are the co-creators of Dungeons & Dragons. And I think it's fair to say that collectively, they got this whole TTRPG thing really rolling. I mean, sure, people were putting on pickle hobs and screaming about the Kaiser and Gibbs of Kriegspiel long before Gary and Dave showed up. But in many cases, I've been assured those guys weren't pretending. It's just what my character would do. I think it's fair to say that without Gary and Dave, thousands of people would never have known the forbidden thrill, the silky pleasure that can only come from pretending to be an elf lord. And to me, this legacy of Gary and Dave as the second largest contributor to elf larpdom is pretty well assured. The first contributor, of course, being that scene in Lord of the Rings where Legolas skids down a staircase on a shield and
Yeah.
nails like 4 orcs with arrows and then slides that shield into the throat of an Uruk-hai at the bottom. Hell yeah, that scene.
I remember that scene. Damn. This video is too quiet. You're gonna have to fix it in editing.
Spawned a hell of a lot of Lego lads. Recently, however, Gary Gygax's legacy was brought into question, as this week there were major allegations made that Wizards of the Coast and their parent company Hasbro have been trying to cover up Gary Gygax's involvement in the creation of Dungeons and Dragons, and also slandering and trashing him. And then these
And erasing him. Yeah.
allegations were supported and amplified by none other than Elon Musk, who you'll probably know as the
I bet he's never played. I bet he's never played a tabletop in his life.
husband of singer-songwriter and pop sensation Grimes. In a tweet that has now resounded around the RPG world, Musk publicly called for Wizards of the Coast to burn in hell for supposedly trashing Gary Gygax. And this claim has now been seized upon by members of the RPG community, and war has come to Dungeons and Dragons. And this is just the beginning. So what the hell is going on? Well, to explain that, we're gonna have to first jump to June of this year, when Hasbro, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of D&D, released the book, The Making of Original
I still think that I would get this. I still feel like I would get this. It still looks pretty nice.
Dungeons and Dragons by John Peterson, a Dungeons and Dragons historian, which, okay, didn't know that that was a job that was possible. I'm very jealous now. Would have studied a little bit harder at school. This book was generally well received in the hobby community at release.
It does look cool, I will admit. How much is it? Maybe that's my not birthday, Christmas gift. Birthday is a bit more
The
away.
criticism that I heard at the time was that the bookbinding was pretty poor because presumably, like all of Hasbro books, they were printed on the cheap. Snippets of this book, however, were recently published on Twitter by Grums, aka Mike Kern, aka popular conservative Twitter pundit. I thought YouTuber was a made-up job. He claimed that Gygax and others are currently
Twitter pundit.
being erased and slandered by Wizards of the Coast. And to support this claim, he posted up pictures from the making of OD&D book, specifically these two paragraphs. Now, these paragraphs broadly make the claim that language in the original Dungeons & Dragons text could be insensitive and derogatory to certain groups. That the OD books were conscious
That's the slander? Really? That's the slander? Oh, okay. Whatever. That's the slander.
misogynistic at times, and that slavery was mentioned in Dungeons & Dragons originally as a commercial transaction and was never contextualized as a human tragedy that devastated generations. And finally, the cultural appropriation occurred in the books as well, with the explicit example being given of how Hindu deities were given stats in those books so that players could interact with them mechanically. Now, Elon Musk's first involvement in this story occurs here, which was when he responded to this tweet saying, quote, "Nobody, and I mean nobody, gets to trash Gary Gygax and the geniuses who created Dungeons and Dragons. What the fuck is wrong with Hasbro and WotC? May they burn in hell." Okay, this escalated quickly.
This is the guy that says that chess is too simple for him.
This tweet then went viral, but it was really just the beginning of something even bigger, because I hope you all are ready to say goodbye to D&D and instead welcome in X and X. But before we jump into that, we first have to deal with the original question, the original claim that was made. Are Hasbro and WotC are they actually erasing and trashing the contributions of Gygax to Dungeons & Dragons? Well, the Dungeons & Dragons 2024 Player's Handbook is introduced by Jeremy Crawford,
God, please no. Please no.
the lead designer of 5th edition D&D, with these words, quote, "This story began 50 years ago, and you're part of it. In the 1970s, Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson created a game of make-believe that fused rules with storytelling. As a teenager, I met both Gary and Dave. I even spent an entire day with Gary, and we did what all D&D fans do, share stories about our adventures in the D&D multiverse. I invite you to embark on such adventures anew." Okay, not look...
That's slander.
Looking great for the claim of erasure here. That is literally the introduction to the book. And in fact, literally, the very first page of the new Player's Handbook is a credits page. And on it, it says, quote, "Building on the original game created by Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson, and then developed by many others over the past 50 years. Yeah, that claim kind of fallen apart. If you want to see real creator erasure, take a look at the Warhammer 40k rulebook sometime. This won't only not say who created the first edition of Warhammer, it won't even tell you who wrote the goddamn current edition of Warhammer.
Oh my gosh.
It's just written by the Warhammer Design Studio. You won't get an introduction to shit in this thing. The writers could have all been buried alive for all I know. Now, that is proper erasure. Warhammer books don't even come with a credit page. Okay, set that to one side. Now, how about the claim raised by Elon that WotC are trashing Gary Gygax, especially in this official history of OD&D? Personally, I don't know about that. The official history of D&D does indeed reference some elements of Gygax's work that I think many people today would
find objectionable. Yeah, you should mention all the good and the bad if you're really going to be a historian, quote unquote. Right? A real historian does not omit anything.
Find objectionable. Whether or not that is appropriate for a book supposedly celebrating the 50th anniversary of D&D, I don't know. I leave that up to you. Personally, none of all this bothers me. And none of the stuff that's raised in the book bothers me either. But I have a folder of Epstein reaction pics on my computer. I don't think I'm a normal person. Don't be surveying me. Leave me out of it. Like, for example, yeah, it doesn't bother me that Hindu gods were given stats. I don't care about that. But also, I'm not a Hindu, and I play Smite, and I mean Rama, so, maybe I'm not the best person to judge this. If I had my
Maybe.
way, I would have preferred to have seen more gods get stats. In my opinion, if you're gonna do some blasphemy, go all in. Bring on Twink Jesus, you cowards. As
True.
for the misogyny claims, well, yeah, there's some suspect stuff in here. AD&D, for example, did have a city encounter harlot table where the DM could roll up some sex workers, and that doesn't bother me. But I do have to ask, where the hell are all the rent boys on here, huh? Where's my man whores? They're all women on this table, and until I get rent boys, I'm gonna deem this book offensive. But seriously, none of this stuff really bothers me that much. But on the other hand, I haven't really seen WotC trash them either. And it's important to remember that the paragraphs that were raised by Grums are like 2 paragraphs of clarification in a very large book filled to the brim with original letters written by Gygax and Dave Arneson. And that book even includes original copies of pages from the OG D&D book. There are hundreds and hundreds of pages.
I'd love to get the original books. I would love to have the original books.
This thing. It's clear that John Peterson, the author, has a lot of reverence and respect for D&D. So I just don't understand the claim that Wizard of the Coast have trashed Gary Gygax.
You need that to sort of understand the game. You write a whole book like this, you need to have reverence for D&D.
But that said, I do often see claims about Gary Gygax, specifically that he was sexist or even misogynist, and I think that this is what a lot of those critics are actually talking about here. And the claims that Gygax was sexist or misogynist are typically supported by a few quotes that are swimming around the internet. Like, for example, this
What are
one,
they?
where Gygax said he was a biological determinist and thought women don't play D&D because of their brain function.
Women. Oh yeah, I remember that in the debate. Ugh. Good times.
Know your limits.
I think the last 10 years an explosion of popularity of RPGs amongst guys and girls have proven that one wrong. And yeah, okay, you got me. Gygax also did explicitly say that he is a sexist that one time. But he might have also been joking when he said that, which I'm sympathetic to, because holy shit, have you ever watched one of my videos? I sure hope that none of my jokes ever get taken out of context and presented without comment. And we need to bring back segregation as soon as possible, and I want you to quote me on that. And while those quotes do exist, on the other hand, there's also a lot of testimony out there that Gygax was lovely to talk to and that he wasn't hateful or malicious. I mean, TSR, after all, did have female employees.
I mean, I'm gonna go there. Some people would claim that Hitler was perfectly lovely to talk to. There were probably people that lived when Hitler did and said that.
In creative positions, no less. And people like Laurie McVitie have spoken out publicly to say that Gygax was a delight to work with. And then you get stuff like this, which, okay, turns out Gygax, complicated guy. So you can come to your own conclusions, but for me personally, I agree with Heidi Gygax, daughter of Gary Gygax, when she said this, quote, I do not believe my father was racist or misogynistic. Was he sexist? Well, he was born in 1938 to a father born in the 1880s and a mother born in 1906. He was raised in a traditional Anglo-Saxon Protestant family with traditional biblical family values, where the male was the head of the household. In my adult opinion, yes, this is sexist and doesn't hold up to our more enlightened standards today. Yet he was a loving father and husband who valued.
I think my grandfather was born in 1921 or something, and he was not sexist.
All his children and his wife. All 3 of his daughters played Dungeons and Dragons with him at some point. He wasn't perfect, but he was far from all the negative accusations that are resurfacing. So yeah, Gygax, he was a man of his time, and his contribution to the hobby should be acknowledged and respected. But he was a real person with a complicated history. Unfortunately, me just saying that is now gonna get me probably put on a list somewhere, because after this statement from Heidi resurfaced in response to Mike Kern and Elon Musk and other critics, she started getting attacked as well by people supposedly trying to stand up for the Gygax legacy. Like, yeah, attacking the Gygax family to protect the Gygax legacy? That's not exactly a great...
What a crock of shit, you loser. Henix, there's nothing enlightened about that.
Unfortunately, it didn't even stop there, because then D&D YouTubers got involved and started getting it.
Uma Lucy's Dissident left this level. 100 as family, not hair. Not hair. What? Not fair.
Attacked as well. This started when Mike Kern first posted up, quote, "Why have no major D&D YouTubers covered this yet? Are they afraid? Well, give me some time, dude. We can't all shit out 3 dozen tweets a minute. I do a video
I love that it's a duck sound, by the way.
like every 2 weeks. I actually
I approve. I approve of it being a duck sound.
script these bad boys out, and I sure as shit ain't rushing out some slop just to appease you. When I make slop, I like to take my time with it, get it all lovely and slurry, let it ferment. You think these clickbait titles write themselves? But seriously though, there is a good reason that most RPG content creators just do not cover this type of news, or even cover topics that aren't directly related to gameplay of like D&D or any other RPG. And it's because making videos like these get you attacked really, really hard online, because it turns out when you have an opinion online on anything, people will disagree with you very, very strongly. But I'm used to people attacking me. I grew up in Northern Ireland at the tail end of the Troubles, and I used to own a chain wallet. Though if you do ever want to support independent and honest slop, then check out my Patreon, because I keep getting demonetized by YouTube for some reason. But this situation is a good example of why so many content creators just don't like to engage with this stuff, because
I love to engage with this stuff, even though I never do.
now one person did, and things have escalated way too far. You all know Bob the
True.
World Builder, right? He's the hated sensationalist YouTuber who is always dealing in that nasty clickbait. Oh, wait, no, that's me. He's actually the extremely chill YouTuber who often covers gameplay topics.
We watched him, I think. We watched him just today.
And does fun experiments with potions. We have another word for that in Ireland. Alcoholic. But he did produce a short unmonetized video covering this topic.
We did watch it today.
He had the temerity to say this.
My whole thing is just about having fun in the game and wanting everyone to play it.
Goddamn monster. And that video has now earned him a spot
So woke. He's so woke. He should be
on
stopped.
the list. Instantly, he was dragged through the mud and attacked relentlessly
You're barely engaging with the video. There's not much for me to engage here, to be honest.
by commentators online.
I'm like Asmongold or Destiny here. There's not much for me to engage here, to be quite
Videos are
honest.
being produced attacking him, and he has been called everything from a Watsy shill
We're just not gonna make a segment out of it. It's okay. It's fine.
to a
I'm not engaging because I don't have much to
In
add.
fact, Mike Kern himself took a few shots at Bob too. Now, anyone that has actually watched Bob's content knows that he
Then don't react to it.
advocates for different systems and is
I wanna watch the video on stream. You're being mean to me. You're being mean to me, fake Alec Kyle Parker. You're being a bully.
generally a pretty tolerant, cool guy. He doesn't chill for Watsy, and he just likes RPGs and wants more.
But I wanna watch about the... Okay, we're gonna finish the reaction for now because fake Alec Kyle Parker is angry at me, as always. And we're gonna do something cool. We're gonna create a new scene. Are we gonna create a new scene? You know what? I'm gonna do this. I hate chat delay. I don't know how to fix it with that tool that I'm using to stream. The duck thing was so good, that's enough by itself. I like watching TV with your friends. You don't always have to have something to say. Just make up reason why they are wrong. Yell at the video. Jesus, I don't want to do that. That's not a thing that I want to do. Okay, I have one more video that I want to watch. Karasu has sent it to me, and in that video I will have things to say. So that one's gonna be good. But first, okay, this is the plan for the stream. Okay, 1, I'm gonna go to the page of Save Ukraine to have it as backdrop. Save Ukraine homepage. There you go, Save Ukraine. Boom. Now we got it. This is going to be the backdrop for our discussion, and I'm gonna talk briefly about the interview that I've had today. How does that sound? Sound good? Does it sound good, fake Alec Kyle Parker? And then we're gonna play a mystery game for a bit. I hope you like it. And then we're gonna do a react, and then we're gonna do a politics topic. How does that sound? Does that sound good? Do I get your approval? Do I get the approval of the chat? Do I get the approval of Philippe Auguste? Also, all of you should comment on the conversation with Anastasia video to give me some engagement. How does that all sound? I think it sounds well. I think that's what we're gonna do. Dr. Johns is hyped. So I feel like this is the right course of action. Yes, I give you my official sign off. This is thanks for the stream. Wait, we're continuing the stream. Why are you thanking me for that? Or are you just thanking me for streaming, period? Or do you have to go? Or did the stream die? It didn't die, did it? All right, let's do this. I think I might go because I'm sad. It's easier said than done, but do something nice for yourself, okay? Drink something nice, maybe sleep a bit, maybe eat something nice, do something that you enjoy. Maybe draw Elon Musk plotting to take over Hasbro as homework. If you want to talk, we can also talk about it later. After stream, we can DM a bit. I am always available if I'm not streaming or working, but I'm available. All right. Alrighty then. I'm gonna talk about today's interview a bit. I endorse everything that you say in the rest of the video. I'm sure this will not be an issue for me in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, let's start. So today, I've been talking about it for a few days now that I'd be going and interviewing. So far I've been interviewing mostly people from the organization. I've not really interviewed. Okay, I have interviewed one person that was from occupied territory, but today marks the first time that I've actually managed to interview a person that is the main focus of the whole organization. A child that was rescued from either being kidnapped to Russian territory proper, or a child that had to live in occupied territory by the Russians, territories that were occupied during the initial invasion, or even territories that were occupied since 2014. In this case, we're talking about a boy who is from the Kherson region, just the same as the person that I've interviewed last time. I've now interviewed two people from the occupied territories of Kherson. And I thought that my discussion would be focused more on the experiences of the boy of living under occupation, that it would be more, because at first I thought the boy was kidnapped, that he was living in Ukraine and he was taken to Russia and that he was recently rescued. And I thought that maybe his stories would revolve around his experiences around being kidnapped. But no, actually, the whole thing was completely different than I thought. And even the main strategy of this interview, the main strategy of this boy centers not around him per se, because him and his whole family lived in the occupied area of Kherson. The main strategy of this boy revolved and still revolves around his mother. And the reason why he gives interviews to various journalists, I think almost every day, is because he wants this story to be spread as far and as wide as possible. He is hoping that this way, perhaps his mom will be identified and she'll be able to get her back. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Basically, to make the long story short, after the occupation started, he has been living under the occupation for 3 years. I think that's an important thing to talk about. And after the occupation has started, his mom was taken away by the Russians. One day they just visited or barged in and demanded things, and they just took his mom away without any explanation, without any reason, really. And then for a long time they tried to go to different institutions to get her back. They never got a concrete answer as to why she was held. They told his family that they just want to question her, but they would never let her go. And then they started receiving video phone calls with a masked man in the forefront, and his mom chained to some sort of metal pole, and the masked man in the video saying, if you want to see your mom or see your family member ever again, you will have to cooperate with us. This sort of blackmail of family members, apparently it's more common than people think, that family members of people are getting kidnapped and they become hostages, and the families are pressured into becoming collaborators of the Russian state to spy on the Ukrainian military, to disclose positions of the Ukrainian military, or just share any other secrets, just spy and report. That's basically the modus operandi, and I think it's horrible. I think it's horrible, and I definitely think that this type of story needs sharing and needs reporting on, because I don't think this aspect of the Russian occupation has been talked about all that much, honestly. And especially with the whole collaboration aspect. I know that this family refused. I know that this family decided that the Russians cannot be trusted and that they would not comply and that they would not spy for them, because they figured that even if we do this, we will not get our family member back. The boy said that his family decided that even if they cooperated, they would not get his mother back. And that's the situation. That was the main, biggest, the heaviest subject of the whole interview. The topic of his mom being abducted, really, and still being abducted now. This is exactly why, for example, I will not be using any video footage from today's interview because of security reasons, because not to endanger his mom. He does not wish his face to be shown, and I'm going to respect that. I'm going to probably play some B footage over the interview audio. I'm going to have to be creative with it, in other words, because I cannot use any footage of the boy himself. And that's the crux, that's the main crux of the interview. Going through this boy's story of Russia invading, Russia taking over his city in the Kherson region, and finally him losing his mom. When they were taking her away, he thought to himself that he's probably seeing her for the last time ever. Because he thought to himself that usually when the Russians sort of take someone away, they either return them in really badly beaten up, they return home really badly beaten up, or they never return home. So right now, the situation of his mom is unknown. He still holds on to hope that if this story gets shared enough, reported on enough, that he will be able to get his mom back via a prisoner exchange. That is his huge hope. And I think I hope that it will happen. So that was the interview today. We talked about a lot of different things. The whole interview lasted for 1 hour 20 minutes. We talked about life and occupation in general. We talked about different aspects of it. We even talked briefly about the flood because a lot of the people in the Kherson region were affected by the blowing up of the Kakhovka Dam. And this boy was no exception. His house was flooded as well. So I'm going to be writing an article based on this, based on the story of the boy's mother, and I'm going to try to do some sort of video material based on this. But with this, I'll have to be super creative because I cannot use any video of it. I just simply cannot use any video of it. So that in itself will pose a challenge. But also the person that I've interviewed last time did not want to be shown because she also was fearful for family members that are still in the occupied area. So that is sort of I guess that will be that will be the standard when it comes to moving forward, interviewing people from occupied regions, that they might still have people that are in the occupied region, so they will be hesitant to be shown on camera. I'll probably have to censor their faces or otherwise obscure them in order to be able to use the footage. So it'll take a lot of editing to make something out of it. Do you have any questions? Do you have any thoughts on what I've just said? Any at all? The psychologist was actually pretty happy with the way I conducted the interview. She said that no questions were intrusive, that there were a few questions that the boy refused to answer, but those were for security reasons, really, not because the boy was uncomfortable with any of the questions. So the psychologist said that I asked pretty okay questions that at the same time did not make the boy uncomfortable with them, or that did not trigger any negative, sort of strong negative emotions that they would. The psychologist did not have to intervene at any point and stop me. I think that's a pretty good sign, all things considered. Since she told me at the beginning of the interview that she'll be sort of the advocate for the child. So if I did something that was inappropriate, sort of too strong a question, too intrusive of a question, too emotionally triggering of a question, then sort of the psychologist would step in and probably try to rein me in. But that was not necessary at any point of the interview. So for most of the time, the psychologist was simply sitting and listening to the interview. So yeah. Again, any questions? Anything? Any thoughts? Any suggestions? I think it was a good interview. I'm hoping to get more interviews like this, but we'll see. I think I've built a pretty good rapport with the organization itself. I've heard that they're pretty happy with my overall conduct. So I might be getting more interviews, and I might be getting more opportunities to film. Now I have to make it into something that the press will like and get from me. That'll be a big thing. That'll be a pretty big achievement, I think. Look forward to the edited video. I feel like I'll have to script it out, work on it. Yeah. So how was that, fake Alec Cole Parker? Was I engaged enough? Was this enough engagement with the audience, with everything? Was that a good segment, mini segment about today's interview? Is this good? Am I getting praise from fake Alec Kyle Parker? Or do I only get the scorn? I only get the scorn. Oh, I should crop my camera thing so it does not pop up into the chat. Honestly. Yeah, it should end here. It should not pop out the window. Yeah. So, yeah, no. Yes. I said what sort of cooperation they would demand. If you mean the Russians, then they would demand spying, basically. Spying on the Ukrainian military, spying on Ukrainian people in general, other Ukrainian people, and reporting it back to the Russians. That's basically the cooperation that they expected. Collaboration. Collaboration with the Russians. That is what they expected. I thought I explained it when I did the whole thing now, didn't I? I'm pretty sure that I've talked about it. Have I not? I was so sure that I did a good job talking about it. That's another thing to add to the list of atrocities that the Russians do when they deal with people in occupied territories. Kidnap family members to turn families into collaborators. What do you even say? What do you even say to that? The Ruski Mir, the Russian world, amazing. The Ruski Mir. Another thing to add to the list. Who else? Who knows what other things are gonna come up as I continue these interviews? Who knows? You're gonna see. You're gonna see some of the questions that I've asked. Some of them were interesting. You explained it fine. Good. Nice. Love to hear it. So I guess now we're gonna play a little bit of a game. We're gonna play a bit of game because oh my god, I'm so hyped. And then we're gonna do politics a bit. I feel like doing a bit of politics tonight, don't you? Don't you feel like a bit of politics? Let's see how the new video is doing. The new video. I have to be more energetic. I've been instructed to be more energetic. 20 views, 3 comments. Who commented? Philip August, yes. Thank the great duck in the sky. I was afraid we'd lost the interview. I love all of Anna's work, but my favorite project of her was when she name dropped you while debating those white guys in that other video. True. And the best part of it is that then other streamers that reacted to it name dropped me as well. So I ended up being name dropped by a bunch of streamers, I think. It's pretty good. All right. I braved 30 weather for a bag of potatoes. Wow, minus 30. What is the temperature right now in Ukraine? That would be pretty cool to know. What is the article? Okay. So we're gonna play a game. It's exciting. We're gonna change the language. Oh my gosh! Why do I have to? This game does not have language options, so I assume I won't have to play it in Polish. I'm a bit behind, and you asked for questions. I asked one, but the other questions would be like, do you think they do the same thing with families of pro-Russia Ukrainians who moved to Russia? I don't think they need to do that to pro-Russia families because they're already pro-Russia, right? So they don't have to blackmail them, basically. Because they'll just cooperate of their own accord with their pro-Russia. But there's basically no need to do the blackmailing with them. If that makes sense. There'd be no point. Jesus, 37 pages of agreement. Okay, we have to add this to... we have to add this game. Hold on. We have to add it to OBS. But we have to add Soul Reaver, Legacy of Kain. I've never played the second one. Oh, okay. I guess we're adding it now. Doesn't it have audio? Game capture. I hope this game will not disappoint. In game capture. Have you ever heard of Legacy of Kain? Yeah, you did explain it well, my bad. No, it's not a problem. Probably the delay of the chat problem. Legacy of Kain. Soul Reaver. Oh, yes! It appeared right away without any problem. Oh my gosh, that's good. And now we have to make it small enough for us to be able to play it. Do you know Soul Reaver, Legacy of Kain? Do you know this game? Let's see if there's audio. Alright. We'll play the game. Oh. I see. Wow. Fake Kyle Parker never praises me when I deserve praise. You should praise, not just critique. Woof, start a new game. This game has an epic intro, so look forward.
Kain is deified. The clans tell tales of him. Few know the truth.
Few know the truth.
Once, as were we all. However, his contempt for humanity drove him to create me and my brethren.
Wow.
I am Raziel,
Raziel,
firstborn of his lieutenants. I stood with Kain and my brethren at the dawn of the Empire. I have served him a millennium.
Wow.
Over time, we became less human and more
divine.
Kain would enter the state of change and emerge with a new gift. Some years after the Master, our evolution would follow. Until I had the honor of surpassing my lord.
You didn't like that one bit. You mother quacker. Mother quacker. You surpassed me? You're gonna hug him.
For my transgression, I earned a new kind of reward.
Agony. Ooh, he ripped them off. He ripped them out.
There was only one possible outcome. My eternal damnation.
Cast him out.
Raziel was to suffer the fate of traitors and weaklings. To burn forever in the bowels of the Lake of the Dead.
Cast him in.
Huh.
Tumbling, burning with white-hot fire, I plunged into the depths of the abyss. Unspeakable pain, relentless agony. Time ceased to exist. Only this torture and a deepening hatred of the hypocrisy that damned me to this hell.
His jaw is missing. He doesn't have a lower jaw.
Eternity passed, and my torment receded. bringing me back from the precipice of madness. The descent had destroyed me.
And yet I lived.
I lived.
Scarf. Tang, 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 tang. I've never finished this game right now. Another game that I've never finished.
I know you, Raziel. You are worthy.
What madness is this? What pitiful form is this that I have come to inhabit? Death would be a release next to this travesty.
Travesty.
You did not survive the abyss, Raziel.
Yes.
I have only spared you from total dissolution.
I would choose oblivion over this existence.
The choice is not yours.
True. Bastard.
I am destroyed.
You are reborn. The birth of one of Cain's abominations traps the essence of life. It is this soul that animates the corpse you lived in. And that, Raziel, is the demise of Nosgoth. There is no balance. The souls of the dead remain entrapped. I cannot spin them in the wheel of fate. They cannot complete their destinies.
Wow.
Redeem yourself. Or if you prefer, avenge yourself. Settle your dispute with Cain. Destroy him and your brethren. Free their souls and let the wheel of fate churn again.
Technically speaking, before this,
To read their souls, I can make it possible. Become my
Soul Reaver.
My angel of death.
With pleasure. Also, by the way, technically speaking, before this, we should be playing a game called Blood Omen: Legacy of Cain, in which you play Cain the vampire. It's a 2D game, a 2D RPG game, sort of RPG, an 2D action RPG game, in which Cain becomes a vampire and collects his vampire powers. And this is a sequel to Blood Omen: Legacy of Cain, Soul Reaver: Legacy of Cain. Blood Omen is underrated. Yeah, I know. I should probably play it one day. I am aware of Blood Omen. I've played it a bit. Just a bit. Damn. The lack of a jaw makes it like... Okay, let's just continue for now. This is a good game. From the PS1 era. As you can tell, probably.
These gates twist space, laying a path across great spans.
They do, don't they? They really do. Engage.
Visit other gates before this portal will be open to you.
Alright. So I guess we have to continue. It's a sort of like a shortcut thing. This game is teaching me stuff right now. We're gonna gain a blade later, the Soul Reaver blade.
You are weak. You must feed.
The old hunger has left me. I have no desire for blood.
You are changed. Your bloodthirst is replaced by a deeper need. You've become a devourer of souls.
No longer a
To
vampire.
sustain your strength, you must hunt the lost spirits of the underworld and consume the souls of your enemies.
How do I bring balance by consuming souls? Aren't I just making things worse? I would feel that, I would think that this just makes things worse for the balance. Not only can the souls return and the wheel of fate cannot be spanned, I'm devouring the souls. Isn't that worse than them being trapped? Have the creators thought this through? I'm like the Quincy of Bleach. I destroy the souls by devouring them. See, I can sort of, kind of float with my... Oh. With my X-wings. The bones of my wings were ripped off, but I still have those little things instead of wings.
Your wings, though ruined, are not without purpose. Take hold of them as you leap, and they will carry you across this chasm.
Sort of wings.
What scabrous wretches are these?
Your brethren.
Sua, the scavengers of the underworld. Their feral hunger has claimed countless souls, spirits who now shall never find their rest.
Oh. Kane is like the big boss of this franchise. Like the bad guy that's not exactly a bad guy or something. The big boss. And Kane is like Solid Snake. Sort of. I think. Because later it turns out, I remember vaguely the story, but later it turns out that he sort of predicted all this and he made him like this on purpose to do something that I don't remember what it is.
These portals are your conduit between the spectral and material realms. With their aid, you may gather matter and will yourself to become manifest in the physical world.
Gathering matter.
However, your strength must first be fully restored. You require no conduit to return to this plane. You may abandon your physical body at any time.
Okay. Oh. Wait, what do I press? I am pressing the button.
Sustain your strength to prolong your manifestation in the physical world. If you fail to feed or absorb too many wounds, this fragile matter will dissolve.
And then I will return to the spirit world. There's no way to die in this game. Time has passed. Well, I'm out of here. I am so out of here.
You are young yet, Raziel. You still retain many of your vampiric weaknesses. Immersion
Water.
in water, while not fatal, will dissolve your physical body, forcing your return to the spirit world.
Uh-oh.
Be aware that in the spectral realm, water has neither heft nor lift. It stands as thin as air.
Alright.
Are these creatures? Do you not recognize them? They are the children of your brother, Duma.
That's impossible. These foul, scuttling beasts could not be kin of our high blood.
True. Cannot be.
The time stood still for you, Raziel. Much has changed since you passed from the world of men.
I knew my opponent's weaknesses, having suffered them myself. Physical wounds are fleeting. Vampire's immortal flesh begins to close as soon as it is cleaved.
Right.
Vampires need only fear those wounds that impale or inflame. Water scorches like acid, and fledglings are devastated by sunlight's touch. I would have to modify my tactics to suit my foes.
This is so bad.
Unfettered from the flesh, a creature's soul fades swiftly into the spectral realm. Draw
Eat it.
quickly, Raziel, or you will be compelled to follow.
Will I? Can I eat? Let me eat. You bastard. The throwing in this game is not great. Oh my gosh. This is not great. How do I impale him? Come on. Wow. This was not a smooth process. So what now? What am I supposed to do now?
Your physical prowess surpasses what you knew in life. Even
Wow.
massive obstacles can be moved effortlessly.
So stronger when he was a vampire? Okay. Wait, where am I? Oh, am I supposed to... go here? Oh, Jesus. That's pretty cool. I forgot you could do that. Completely forgot. Is this where I'm supposed to go? My goodness.
The clans reduced to ruin. Beyond these walls lay the pillars of Nosgoth, the seat of Kain's empire. How humble it now appeared, collapsing into the dust of its former magnificence. And yet, I had only just emerged. In the instant between my execution and resurrection, centuries had apparently passed.
Ow.
This world is wrecked with cataclysms. The earth strains to shrug off the pestilence of Kain's parasitic empire. The fate of this world was preordained in an instant by a solitary man.
Who?
Unwilling to martyr himself to restore Nosgoth's balance, Kain condemned the world to the decay you see.
Oh.
At the moment, the unraveling began. Now it is nearly played out.
Uh-oh.
Nosgoth teeters on the brink of collapse. Its fragile balance cannot hold.
That's not good. I have weapons. Alright, you can impale him with the weapons. But you lose the weapon? No, you don't. Thank God. That's better. That's far better. Is this based on the Dreamcast version or the PS1 version? That's my question, I guess. Will I go inside? Wait. We go inside or no?
The doors of the sanctuary were immovable, either barred from the inside or rusted shut. I would need to find another means of entry.
Spirit Realm. I played a demo of this game a long time ago. Hello, Glitchmaster. Why aren't you on the better chat? Why aren't you all in the better chat? Better chat. The superior chat. Well, I guess we're going here. So much for sneak. So much for sneaking. Because I'm lazy. Aww. Come on, don't be lazy. Oh, what is here? Now we can continue. now we can continue this adventure of the PlayStation era. Yoink. Many opinions I do hold. Visit the place of your execution.
Had remained constant. The endlessly swirling vortex of the abyss. My tomb and the womb of my rebirth. Though much of Nosgoth's landscape had changed, these cliffs gave me my bearings. My clan territory was to the west. I was anxious to see how my descendants had fared during the centuries of my absence.
Let's go to my turf. Let's go to my territory. Minions, I'm back. Your master is back. Welcome me with open arms. Please. Welcome me as if you're welcoming your bosom. Is this my house? Excellent. How do you save game in this? Uh-oh. Renewed vigor. Dum, 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 dum. It would have been cool to play Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen. Wait, is the weapon gone? Okay, never mind. It's not gone. It's not gone at all. Are we gonna do some politics tonight? That is the question that you're probably asking yourselves.
Utter desolation. My once
True.
proud kin wiped from this world like excrement from a boot.
Whoa.
The hand that wrought this deed.
True. Kain. I think. Cast him in. What the hell? Why are you just awkwardly standing? Woo! Impale 10 vampires. Wait, I impaled you. How do you like the game? Is it to your liking? Or no? Another portal open. How do you save this game? How do you save? The game has not explained to me how to... Oh, you can just save at any moment, it seems. Yeah, let's go for at least a bit of the game and then we can... I'm in and out to work, but fun. Oh, due to work. I have to do some politics, but first toilet. You cannot destroy objects. Are these my people? Are these the remains of my people? Just signed my newly seen Gayborhood. Where's Gayborhood? I think like these are my people. This might be my people. Hello, Ty. Why did I just... What the hell? Whoa. Base and gay pill. Lois Hollywood? Really? Wow. I'm also... Oh! Have you heard, Ty? Today I had an interview today with a kidnapped and rescued child. Well, technically speaking, not exactly kidnapped. A child rescued from the occupied territory by the Russians. A very tragic tale that I've talked about. And fake Alec Parker is gonna edit it into a segment, among other things. Is that right, fake Alec Parker? Nice, great job, Lucy. Thank you. I do my best. I try to do my very best. We're gonna play a game now, then we're gonna do some politics. Are you here for the politics? Or what? I think you're here for the politics. Oh. It's raining. Isn't rain lethal to me? Isn't water bad for me? Shouldn't it harm me? I feel like water should be harming me, but it's not for some reason.
No! Please!
My minions.
I didn't recognize these flayed racks of flesh. Their scent was vampiric. They gnawed upon their victim's carcass like dogs.
What is a vampiric scent? Some of the puzzles of this game can approach Water Temple in Ocarina of Time levels of difficulty. So, a pain in the butt. In other words. God, that Water Temple in Ocarina of Time was annoying. I got stuck in it for a long time, actually. Hopefully I won't get stuck here. I need my weapon, please. I need my weapon. Right, where to now? Where are we going now? Oh, here, I suspect. You should join lucyhaza.org/live and donate something. Today has been very dry when it comes to donations. Also, who are you? The hell are you? What the hell? Wait, was this enemy frozen? What the hell was that? Was I not supposed to kill him? What the hell?
House bore the unmistakable marks of Melchiah's clan. To what depths had our dynasty plummeted if these ghouls were the descendants of my high-born brother? Were they so debased as to recruit fledglings from the desiccated corpses here interred?
Yes. Yes, they were so debased. Based or debased. You can be either based or debased. More puzzle. Thank goodness I don't have to get rid of the weapon. That's cool. I like this about the game. You don't have to get rid of the weapon. Uh-oh. No, I think... Oh, yeah. I forgot that we had the high jump. I fell down. Right away. Right away, I fell down.
My brother Melchiah was made last, and therefore received the poorest portion of Cain's gift. Although immortal, his soul could not sustain the flesh, which retained much of its previous human frailty. This weakness, it seemed, was passed on to his offspring. Their fragile skins barely contained the underlying decay.
Oh, that's not good. Well, you were done. You were made first, so you received the biggest portion of the gift, I guess. I feel sorry for him. Well, at least debaser. Oh my gosh. Oh, no, 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 no. We're not doing that. Oh. You should always have a weapon in this game. Period. Because throwing is bad in this game. It's not good at all. Sorry to say. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Okay, I'm gonna save this game. Well, that was quick. We're going back. Quit game. Yes. Quit game. And now we're gonna... Well, I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna be back. And then we're gonna talk about some other stuff. Okay? Does that sound... I was muted. I said, consider donating or something, and I'll... It's a good game, Soul Reaver, gosh. And I've never finished it on I did not forget to unmute myself this time. That is a success in itself. I want to talk about a few things. Okay? Is it okay if we talk about a few things? Hold on. I actually need to connect my phone to the computer, so we're gonna disconnect the gamepad for a bit. We're gonna do that. Hold on for a moment. There's a cable somewhere around here. I should have a cable somewhere around here. One moment. Please, be right back. Because in order to talk to you about things, I need to have the chat. And in order to have the chat, I need to have the phone. In order to have the phone, I need it not to die. And in order not to let it die, I really need the cable. I'm only at 2%. I have so many physical magazines that I still want to read, to catch up on old news. If I read some more physical magazines, I'll get the gist of the style that people like in journalism in Poland. Because I'm not in the loop. Found it. Okay. One hurdle has been overcome. One hurdle has been overcome. This is great news. Grade A news. Thank you. We're charging. We are getting charged. No, that's not what I... No one said anything in the chat. Nothing new. 11 people, welcome. Welcome to the politics section. We're going to be talking about a few important topics. And among them, of course, is... I have this prepared here somewhere. I have a few topics, actually. Oh my gosh, there's so much. But let's talk about this. Ukraine's destructive stance blocking peace. Putin tells Viktor Orban. Because as we know, Viktor Orban is among some of the only leaders in the European Union that are pretty openly pro-Russia. Apart from that, you've got the Fico, the leader of the Slovakia, I guess the leader of Slovakia. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that he's the leader of Slovakia, Fico. And Orban for a long time has been basically giving, first of all, horrible opinions when it comes to the war in Ukraine. He has positioned himself as the leader that kept Hungary out of war. That's something that you need to remember. A lot of Orban's recent politics have been telling the Hungarian people that unlike Poland, unlike the warmongering Poland, Hungary has been keeping itself out of war thanks to Viktor Orban. And also during the presidency of Hungary in the European Union, Viktor Orban has been making the rounds as the peacemaker, telling that Ukraine has to negotiate and that Ukraine cannot win the war. And of course, most outrageously, Viktor Orban said, and very stupidly in my opinion, Viktor Orban has said that the war in Ukraine is the United States of America's fault, because if it were not for the United States of America, Ukraine would not have the means to defend itself against Russia's onslaught. So basically what Viktor Orban is saying that Ukraine should have rolled over in the face of Russia's invasion. Then that, he says that would have been the best course of action. And now, as the newest adventure that Viktor Orban has embarked on, he has had, give or take, an hour talk with Vladimir Putin. I believe it was a call, he called him. Let me see here. The hour-long call, yes, it was a call that was requested by Viktor Orban himself. So we can see how eager Viktor Orban is to not only buddy up with all the wannabe dictators like Donald Trump, but also with actual real dictators like Vladimir Putin. And what Putin told Orban is the thing that we can see in the headline, that Ukraine's destructive stance is blocking peace. And do you know what counts as destructive stance in Vladimir Putin's mind? What counts as destructive stance is Ukraine not wanting to agree to cede territory to Russia, not just wanting to give away the territory that is under occupation. That is what Putin sees as destructive stance. But there are other elements that I would argue Russia and Vladimir Putin see as a destructive stance of Ukraine. For example, Russia has said, we can talk peace. All Zelensky has to do is lift the law that prohibits any contact with us, with Russia, because there is such a law. Because Ukraine understands Russia more than the West, apparently, seeing how much the West has been making contact with Putin, and has chosen the policy of politically isolating Russia, which I think is the right thing to do. I think that is the right policy to be pursuing. And that is also what I believe Dmitry Peskov, the spokesperson of Russia, has framed as an obstacle to peace. Ukraine's policy of not engaging in diplomatic contact with Russia. And of course, Russia's call to return to the Istanbul model, if I remember correctly. Viktor Orban expressed interest in facilitating a joint search for political and diplomatic solutions, as always. And as always, those diplomatic and political solutions do not really have to be any good for Ukraine. That is not something that Viktor Orban is concerned with in the slightest. That is the unfortunate side effect or result of having a pro-Russian leader within Hungary. In turn, including in the context of his contacts with a number of Western leaders, a Kremlin press release said. In turn, Vladimir Putin set forth his principled assessment of current developments around Ukraine and the destructive stance of the Kyiv regime, which continues to rule out the possibility of a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Let's see if there's going to be any quotes in this article that's going to give us a glimpse, directly quote what Putin sees as the destructive policy. Zelensky wants to retain territory, but said that they would be able to part with some territory depending on NATO membership. Came back to recent years. There you go. There's a quote from Orban here. I had an hour-long phone conversation this morning with President Putin, Orban posted on X following the leaders' conversation. These are the most dangerous weeks of the Russia-Ukraine war. We're taking every possible diplomatic step to argue in favor of a ceasefire and peace talks. And yes, there's been recently a meeting, but we're not going to mention that. We're just going to focus on this Orbán-Putin phone call. Orbán is seen as a close ally of both Trump and Putin within the European Union. I've already basically said that. Orbán just likes wannabe dictators as well as actual dictators. So yeah, there are two news merged here. I'm merging two different news. The call of Russia for Ukraine to renew diplomatic relationship with Russia, and also a call for Ukraine not to have destructive expectations of keeping its territorial integrity. And of course, to abandon any hope of joining NATO. This is the destructive policy of Kyiv that does not allow any peace to bloom. I would say that Ukraine simply is wants what's best in its interest, considering that Russia is not an honest actor. Russia has broken the terms of several peace agreements, and Russia just cannot be trusted. If Ukraine just freezes the war, if Ukraine just gives up all the territories that have been occupied by Russia, and if Ukraine on top of that gives up NATO membership, even if like for 10, 20 years, that's just an invitation for Russia to rebuild, lick its wounds, try again, and this time have very different results. If Russia was given time to recuperate, if Russia was given time for its to rebuild its army, we would not have seen a disastrous result of 2022. Because the Russian army, believe it or not, has learned a lot. It has learned a lot from this war. It's still learning. It's adapting. Many people treat Russian forces like a bunch of incompetent buffoons, incompetent, mindless drones. But no, they're learning. A lot of sources, medics on the field, even Polish volunteer medics, soldiers. If you hear interviews or you watch documentaries about them, you will consistently hear from them that the Russian forces are adapting to what Ukraine is doing and adapting pretty fast. And they are not incompetent. So this sort of thing should be treated very seriously. This sort of phone call, these sort of calls for Ukraine to reopen diplomatic channels, this sort of talk of you should be reasonable, you should give up territory, we want the peace, but your destructive stance is blocking peace. That is, I think, an attempt by Russia to frame Russia as it says so in the article, destructive, unreasonable party that is actually standing stubbornly in the way of achieving peace, which I believe many Westerners will eat up hook, line, and sinker. And that is what Russia is hoping for the West to buy this rhetoric. Oh, we want peace? Russia wants peace? Wait, who's the party that does not want peace? Oh, Ukraine does not want peace. Well, maybe we should pressure Ukraine to be reasonable, to choose peace, shouldn't we? Shouldn't we pressure Ukraine a bit? Maybe it could just give up a little bit of territory and we could finally end this war because we're so tired of it, even though we take no part of it. None of our people died in it, but we're so tired of it. We've had enough of it. We've had enough of this war. War fatigue. So please stop being destructive, Ukraine. Please stop being unreasonable, Ukraine. Please give up territory, Ukraine, in the name of peace. Ridiculous. None of this should be taken seriously, and Viktor Orban should not be taken seriously as a peacemaker, should not be treated seriously as a negotiations facilitator, because he has a clear bias. He is an ally to Vladimir Putin, but he is clearly not an ally to Ukraine. That's it. Short and sweet and to the point. Oh my God. Hello. Welcome. Wait, what do you mean by what do you mean by shut up, warmonger? Was that a little joke? Was that a little bit of a haha joke? Also, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. Another stream from Kyiv. Wow, since we have so many people, maybe I should explain once more what I've been doing. I've done an interview today, a really important interview. Do you want to hear about it? Imagine celebrating independence from Poland. Wait, what do you mean independence from Poland? What are we talking about? I was talking about Viktor Orban's 1 hour long talk with Vladimir Putin, in which Vladimir Putin expressed that Ukraine's destructive stance is blocking peace. Yes. Yes, it was. Well, it was not sarcasm. I was just quoting Vladimir Putin's sentiment. It was an interesting entrance to stream. What, me talking about how Ukraine should be reasonable and just, yeah, interesting. Wow, I should be more careful about how I speak. I was parodying Russia and how it wants Ukraine to roll over, and basically Viktor Orban, who also wants the same. I think Putin should be more worried about the situation in Syria. The problem with the situation in Syria is that Putin might very well end up having what he wants in Syria. That's the problem. Because it seems like the rebels have already taken over the whole region in which two main Russian bases are situated. In 2017, Russia has signed a lease with Assad for 49 years for two bases, an air base and a naval base. And right now the rebels have taken over the territory, the province in which both of these bases are located, but have not moved in on the bases. They have not moved into the bases themselves. They have kept out of the bases. And Russia has indicated that it's in talks with the rebels, and there's a probability, I'm not sure how high this probability is, but there is a chance that Russia might strike a deal with Syria, with the new Syrian leadership, and be able to maintain those two bases, which are crucial to Russia. I've been talking recently how, due to its invasion in Ukraine, Russia has been forced to choose between Syria and Ukraine. Russia has withdrawn its soldiers from the bases. Russia has withdrawn its battleships, according to satellite images, from the naval base, and Russia has been using transport helicopters to withdraw its soldiers. But also, Russia has reported, I don't know how much you can trust Russia, but Russia has stated that both bases are operating as normal. And if Russia could strike a deal with Syria about keeping these bases, that would be, in my opinion, the worst possible scenario. Because keep in mind, Russia needs these bases for Africa. In Africa, Russia has three ways of trying to impose its influence. The official channels, diplomatic relations with various African countries. The second is its powerful misinformation campaign, an ongoing misinformation campaign. You have to understand that in Africa, 40% of the entirety of misinformation comes from Russia, and that apparently the African people are extremely dependent on social media, and that is Russia's bread and butter. Misinformation spread through the social media is quite literally Russia's bread and butter. And the third way, the most forceful way for Russia to enact its influence is through its paramilitary units such as Wagner, which has been renamed the African Corps. And the loss of the two bases in Syria would be devastating to the efforts in Africa, because it has been demonstrated, it has been basically proven that Wagner depends on these bases for resupplement and rotation of troops. And should Russia lose access to those bases, the Wagner group would find itself immediately in a troubled position when it comes to being able to resupply and rotate. So Russia will do its very best to keep these bases and will probably try to negotiate with the now basically ruling Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. I think that was the name of the organization, the one that Giuliani is in charge of. And keep in mind, Russia earlier designated that organization as a terrorist group, which is not really out of the ordinary, because the European Union and NATO and the UN, I believe, has also designated Hayat as a terrorist organization. That is nothing. Good pronunciation. Oh, thank you. And that is nothing out of the ordinary. What is out of the ordinary is that Russia is now moving away from that stance and entering negotiation with the group, which would indicate that I personally think that the rebels should see Russia equally as its oppressors as Assad, because for decades now, Russia has been a staunch ally of Assad. But maybe the rebels are careful about going into a conflict with Russia, which would mean that they would be open to negotiating them keeping the lease, maybe renegotiating the lease that has been put into place in 2017. There's, of course, the question of America, how it will act in this new world. Donald Trump has, of course, written on Truth Social, "This is not our fight, let it play out, do not interfere." That was Donald Trump's statement on Truth Social. And if the US would completely wash its hands off of Syria, that would be very bad. And that would mean that Russia would have even more room to swoop in and fill the power vacuum. But according to many people, that is not exactly a probable outcome. According to many people, the US might not wash its hands of Syria and might actually attempt to push Russia out of Syria, which would be a huge win. So yeah, and of course the pro-Turkish group is attacking the Kurds. That was the big fear, and it feels like this fear is happening before our eyes. This fear is being realized in front of our eyes. Unfortunately. is a fear that is being realized in front of our eyes. Let me pull on something that is more on topic. And of course, we have the fact that Israel has entered and started bombing the hell out of Syria just as it's in turmoil for the sake of its security, preemptively attacking. It has destroyed the Syrian fleet. That was the newest news that I read. It has bombed Damascus. It has swept into the Golan Heights and taken territory, all in the name of its defense and security. And yes, I'm being sarcastic. I don't think it's justified for Israel to simply swoop in and do this. Even though I might be a Polish Jewish person, I am not in favor of what Israel is doing. So, yeah. So what do you think? Oh yeah, and Russia is trying to call a whole UN Security Council to discuss Syria as well, yes. Actually, the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs has said that Russia should be suspended from the UN Security Council. And you know what? I personally agree with that. I personally agree with this assessment that Russia should be suspended at this point from the UN Security Council. But it probably won't. So that's a no lucky situation for us. Has anybody joined the White Forest page? If you think that I have interesting things to say, if you think that I have anything to add to the conversation, then consider joining the page lucyhaza.org/live and donate or subscribe, because I've been doing interviews. I've been doing pretty big interviews lately, and I need money for a translator and stuff. Since we have a big audience from President Sunday right now, I might as well tell you again about the interview that I've done today, or yesterday, technically speaking, because it's almost 3:00 a.m. right now in Ukraine, in Kyiv. I'm actually using the Sony camera that I filmed the interviews with as a web camera. Can you tell that the quality of the image is pretty good? Also, I've got a new layout for the stream. How do you like the new layout? So, we might as well hit the page that is relevant. We might as well go to the relevant page. One moment. I'm looking for the Save Ukraine. There you go. You're going back to the Save Ukraine. Save Ukraine is an organization that rescues children that have been either kidnapped from Ukraine territory and taken to Russia in order to be Russified, in order to be drafted into the army and used against Ukraine, to be blunt, or rescue children that have found themselves living in occupied territories after Russia has invaded Ukraine in 2022. It has rescued quite a lot of children to date, I think over 500 since the full-scale invasion. There should be a number given somewhere here on the web page of Save Ukraine. 548 deported children we have already returned. We need your help to save more children. So today I have interviewed such rescued child that has been living for 3 years in the occupied territories of Kherson. And the story of the boy is, he is 15. He has been rescued as not long ago, about 3 weeks or a month ago. And the story of this boy is interesting because it does not really revolve around him, but it more revolves around his mother, who has been abducted and used as a hostage to pressure the boy's family to try to make them become collaborators for the Russian state. That's basically the gist of it. And his mom is still abducted. He does not know her whereabouts. He does not know what situation she's in. He does not know if she's healthy, I think that he's not even sure if she's alive still. And he is hoping that if he shares his story with as many journalists, with as many people that can share that story publicly, that it will come to the attention of the authorities, that his mom will be able to be recognized as a prisoner, that she'll be able to be identified as a prisoner, and that hopefully he will get her back through a prisoner exchange. That is why he is very eager to give interviews and talk about the abduction of his mother and the journey of trying to get her back, failed journey to try to get her back, and how the rest of the boy's family has decided that the occupied territory of Kherson is no longer safe for him, and they have contacted the organization Save Ukraine to safely take him out of Kherson and into not occupied Ukraine. So that is basically what's been happening today. I had this interview in person. I went to the Hope and Healing Center on the outskirts of Kyiv, and the interview lasted for 1 hour and 20 minutes. Unfortunately, for security reasons, I will not be able to use the video. I will only be able to use the audio portion of the interview. I will not be able to show the person that I've interviewed because of the concern for his mother that is still in captivity. There we go. That's basically and that is basically what brings me to a little bit of a disagreement that I have with President Sunday, that streaming is a useless endeavor to make any sort of difference or change, if that makes sense. Because I think that streaming can be a great tool to gathering the funds to do things in real life. For example, I'm an extremely small streamer. I have barely over 1,300 subscribers. I have 20 viewers on average per stream, and that's the higher number. I usually have between 10 and 15 viewers watching me. And still, from the streaming that I do, I was able to finance a new camera that I use for the interviews. I was able to buy 2 nice microphones. One is the microphone that you mount on top of the camera, and one is a type of camera that you pin to, I pin it to myself and I pin it to the person that I interview. I think it's called a LiPo microphone. And I was able to buy a separate audio recording device to have a second audio source. And I was also able to finance getting a translator, because I'm not gonna be trying to wing it in Polish and incorrect Ukrainian. I'm getting proper translators to go with me and to interpret the questions and the answers so that I can get interview process to make it as smooth as possible. And so I guess streaming as a thing for a creator of my size allows me to get the equipment, go out there and conduct interviews with people from occupied territories or children that have been rescued, and that allows me to sort of bring those stories to people in the West, broader West, and that allows, I think that's important. I think that's pretty meaningful to do. So I think that streaming is not necessarily just a hustle and a grift to please and appease big creators, because otherwise they will cut off your income and it's just a hustle. You cannot criticize them or enter meaningful conversations. I think streaming has allowed me to facilitate pretty meaningful conversations via those interviews that I do in real life. I'm not sure if I will find disagreement with the audience that has rated it to me, but that is my opinion. And I'd be glad to put this case forward before President Sunday. Wait, what? Yeah, Lucy, that's where everyone gets away with it. You should see the. What? What are you talking about? Hold on. Wait, what's going on? What? What tirades? Debate, yes. So, any questions? Any questions about the interview? Any questions about maybe my future plans when it comes to... I'm going to be focusing on the Save Ukraine organizations probably when it comes to my Ukraine-related activities. But do you have any questions? Any questions at all? Also, speaking of, I'm going to be talking about the Russian influence over the Polish media. That, I think, is pretty interesting to talk about, because you have to understand something. Out of all countries that border Ukraine, we have Slovakia, that is anti-Ukraine and pro-Russia. We have Hungary, that is anti-Ukraine and pro-Russia. We have Romania, which is having some trouble and might, unfortunately, if things go wrong, become a country that's anti-Ukraine and pro-Russia, which would leave Poland as the only pro-Ukraine country that borders Ukraine. Makes you think, right? And so, once again, Russia is trying to influence Poland through the buying of Polish private media. An owner of a Hungarian TV station, I think it's called TV2, has showed interest in purchasing private Polish TV station TVN and one other, I believe. And this has alarmed Polish authorities, because this person that wanted to buy the Polish private station TVN has ties to Putin, has ties to Viktor Orban, and also has ties to the super far-right party that has been in charge of Poland, the Law and Justice Party. And the thing is, the government has reacted very swiftly, and it has announced that these TV stations, private TV stations, are of, and I'm talking about TVN and Polsat, those are two pretty big Polish private stations. They have been designated as strategically important to the Polish interest, and that they will not be sold out, especially to this buyer. To which the Law and Justice Party has reacted with protest. That is the situation in Poland. You could say that Russian encroachment on the Polish media has been decisively stopped by the Polish government. To my knowledge, HTS has not made any official announcements when it comes to its intentions about the Russian bases. I would have to look more into it. I don't know. To my knowledge, no. There's a possibility they will. They are engaged in talks. But in my mind, if they just kept Assad's arrangement, that would be extremely bad, in my opinion. Because that would mean that Russia has paid. Think about it. If Russia would be allowed to just keep the bases in Syria, that would mean that Russia has engaged in this draining invasion of Ukraine, was too weak to support Assad because it was engaged in Ukraine and its forces are stretched thin, believe it or not, but still gets no penalty for it. It has failed to defend its long-standing ally, al-Assad, Bashar al-Assad, and still get away with it scotch-free because they would keep their bases without engaging any forces in Syria to protect them or keep them. That would be and while also being able to divert forces and equipment from Syria to use in Ukraine. That would be a horrible outcome. I'm surprised that the rebels are willing to deal with the Russians after they killed their forces prior to the coup of... Yeah, I am too. I quietly am quite surprised that the rebels are willing to talk to Russia, considering that Russia has been a staunch ally of Assad for decades. I guess they're just not willing to get into a conflict with Russia, even if Russia is pretty preoccupied in Ukraine. That is my guess, that they want to build a good relationship, which baffles me to no end. It's just very surprising to me. But we'll see. We'll see how things will develop. We'll see what sort of government even forms in Syria. Keep in mind that Syria so far has been the most profitable. It has been the best Arab country ally to Russia. It has allowed Russia to be a key player when it comes to diplomacy in the region, and it has really allowed Russia to project its influence onto Africa. So giving up those bases seem like not an option for Russia, because a lot of Putin's policy of having influence in many places in the world will just crumble at that point. And then he'd really, really have to salvage Ukraine to make it worth. Something we're not considering: what if Georgia, Armenia, etc. decides to blockade route of supplies from Mediterranean? I mean, how would they do it? How would they even do it, considering that Russia has two bases in Syria? One has naval, but one is an air base. Yes, I have a new setup. I have a new stream setup. I have a completely new stream setup. I'm testing it today. It's a completely new setup. How do you like it? How does everybody like the new setup? It is fire. And while Georgia, no, Georgia will definitely not block Russia's access to anything. because Georgia is now ruled by the Georgian Dream Party, which is extremely pro-Russian. The Georgian Dream Party, no, it would not dream of blocking anything for Russia. So that scenario is a non-starter. It's a complete non-starter. That's not gonna happen. That is absolutely not going to happen. There you go, Poland. I've just given you a TLDR of the situation. Poland to protect 2 private TV channels amid fears of Russian interference. Because as I've told you, Russia is trying to isolate Ukraine from all its neighbors. And that would include Poland, because Poland is a pretty staunch ally to Ukraine right now, especially since tensions of historical nature between Poland and Ukraine, it seems that they have been settled. I'm talking, of course, about the Volhynia massacre during World War II, conducted by UPA, which is part of the wider organization called OUN, Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists. And the Ukrainian government has announced that it is open and ready to allow Poland to exhumate and bury the victims of this massacre, which created a route for ending of the tensions between the governments of Poland and Ukraine, and it has opened the route for Poland to be more of an ally to Ukraine than basically ever, which is a good thing. And which is, of course, why Russia would try to influence Poland in some way to move it away from being as friendly towards Ukraine as it is right now. It's doing the same in Romania by implanting its anti-European Union, anti-NATO, anti-Ukraine candidate in the presidency race. The first round, that person has won, but the Supreme Court of Romania has completely cancelled the first round and it will be redone. And there was proof of Russian meddling in this instance. So of course the Polish government is going to be fearful of possible Russian interference in its private media in order to start building anti-Ukrainian pro-Russian sentiment as part of misinformation campaign. Of course, there would be something that Russia would try. Let me see. This article is basically going to just repeat the things that I've been saying. Russia is increasingly trying to interfere in the lives of European countries, Tusk told a press briefing. Donald Tusk being the Prime Minister of Poland, of course. In the East, they are interested in taking over our media. So the Polish private TV station TVN and Polsat. The Prime Minister said there are people in the East, I've already read that, and there we go. Reports emerged in October that the owner of Hungary's TV2 television network, József Vida, was among investors eyeing acquisition of TVN. And why is this important? Why is this relevant? Because this person has some very specific ties, and I've already explained that as well. Hungarian media reported that Vida was backed by Hungarian financial interests with close ties to Moscow, and to the country's pro-Kremlin Prime Minister Viktor Orbán. So ties to Moscow, ties to Orbán. And also, Polish media also reported that TV2's owner is closely linked to Poland's former ruling party, the right-wing Law and Justice. So that is a three strikes you're out situation. A person that wants to buy Polish private stations which ties to Moscow, ties to Viktor Orbán, ties to the Law and Justice Party. You're out. Let's find a quote. I know how much Poles value access to free and diverse media. In the face of global challenges related to foreign hostile interference, it is important for governments to take action to protect their strategic infrastructure from potential threats to national security. Media pluralism is a foundation of democracy, Mark Brzezinski said on the X platform. And basically, the government has decided to safeguard the Polish media by designating them as strategically important to the Polish interest and not allowing them to be bought. Where is the announcement? There you go. In response, Tusk said TVN, a subsidiary of US group Warner Bros. Discovery, and Polish channel Polsat would be placed on a government list of strategic companies. This status entitles the government to block acquisitions it deems harmful to the national interest. This was explicitly done not to allow the Hungary TV2 owner to buy the Polish stations. There you go. I went with you through some Polish news. How is that? Are you interested in Polish politics? Are you interested in news from Poland? Polish news are pretty linked to the news in Ukraine. If Russia would get a foothold in Poland and be able to spread its misinformation, to spread its influence in Poland, that would be extremely detrimental to Ukraine. That would have been extremely detrimental to Ukraine. And also that TVN, private TV, has been the biggest opposition media to the Polish Law and Justice Party when it was in charge. That's a whole thing. I could do a whole segment about how during the Law and Justice Party rule, the media has been divided squarely in half to the public media, which was basically just a megaphone for the messaging of the ruling party, and the private media that has been in opposition to the Law and Justice rule. So there you go. How do you like these news? Do you like? I'm gonna pause this. How has President Sunday's stream been? What has he been? Look, Xanderhol is streaming. We could do a react. It's 3 hours. Okay, how long have I been streaming? Oh my gosh, 4 hours. Okay, so how is everybody feeling? I always like to ask that between segments and between stuff that I do because, well, I like to see if the audience is active at all. I like to see how many people in the audience are actually paying attention. I like to see if any of you are liking what they see or what they hear during the stream. So tell me, any questions, any thoughts? Also, I've just released a new video, my interview / talk with Ukrainian Anna. If you're familiar with her, she's a volunteer that does a lot of fundraisers in Ukraine and delivers equipment to the front line. We're friends and we've talked a few times on stream before I started going to Ukraine, and now we have talked for the first time since I've started taking trips to Ukraine. Unfortunately, we've been plagued with bad internet, with pretty bad connection while the conversation happened, but it happens. Not everything can be perfect all the time, and the internet in this apartment is far from perfect. I'll just say that. Unless I'm using an Ethernet cable, but this laptop does not have a Ethernet cable port. It simply does not. Alright? Okay. Oh. Also, I'm gonna be debating Wick. Believe it or not. That's a thing that's gonna happen. That is a thing that is going to be happening at some point. Debating Wick on orcs. That's right. We'll be debating Wick on orcs. How is that? Feeling good? Not many people active in the chat. A lot more people have been active for a bit, but it has died down. A rich kid with broken brain like you denied Penny. Alright. Wake them up. How? How do I wake them up? With what? I've been here. Hello, Emily S. Welcome. I wanna watch this later. It's in Polish, so nobody here will understand it. But I do want to. How old is this? 3 days ago. I wanna watch this. I think it's interesting. I could finish this stream off with a reaction video. Let me see if there's something from President Sunday. Hassan does not understand Marx. Oh, do you know what I want to see? Lawrence Southern's tenant media hearing was embarrassing. We're gonna watch a fragment of that. We're not gonna watch a whole hour and 25 minutes, but we're gonna watch fragments of that. And this is how we're gonna end today's stream. Because we've been streaming for a while and I'm feeling pretty tired. Whoa. Alright, let's see.
What we need to understand about Lauren, is what everyone already understands by now, is that Lauren Southern is astonishingly stupid. Like stupid like you would not believe.
What does that say about Xander Hall though? I hate to be that person, but Lauren Southern has debated Xander Hall and has run circles around him. So if she is astonishingly stupid, then is that an implication on... Does that imply something about Xander Hall? Is President Sunday trying to say something about Xander Hall? By the end of the debate, Xander Hall was enthusiastically saying that white lives matter or something, or to that effect. So, I don't know. I don't know how to measure the intelligence of certain people anymore. And what conclusions should I be drawing? I will leave the conclusions to you. I'll just present you with cold, ruthless, neutral facts. Wait, did Dr. Johns just become white? How can that be, Dr. Johns? It just became white all of a sudden.
Dumb as a rock. Lauren's an out-and-out white nationalist. Lauren went out of her way to interfere with...
Yeah, she would shoot flares at boats full of refugees. What a thing to do. What a brave act of protecting countries against evil immigrants.
Boats bring in refugees because she is terrified of brown people replacing white people in Western countries. Lauren
God. That is such a stupid thing to think about. If this sort of topic is, I don't know, makes you restless at night, then you might just have too much time on your hands. If your big fear is white people being replaced by some other arbitrary type of people, you might just have a problem. You might just have too much time and no real purpose in life.
significantly more right-wing than your average Canadian conservative.
Do you feel that you were taken advantage of in this situation? Do you feel you were deceived by Lauren Chen and Liam Donovan?
Well, I mean, I wasn't given the information in the indictment, so if it's all true, then yes.
That seems...
Well, you did not exactly pursue the information. I'm just stupid, dear committee. I'm just stupid and never fact check any information and never look into the things that I'm told to do. I'm just silly like that. I don't really look deep into the people that pay me to do things. You know, happens to everyone. Happens to the best of us.
She sounds very nervous. Her voice is cracking a little bit.
What was the total amount before you paid out different contracts?
5,000
I mean, to be fair, anybody would be at least a little bit nervous now.
US.
Sorry, I missed that. It was 200 and something thousand US?
275,000 US.
Okay, and how many
I
video...
cut it at the beginning. I thought it was just 5,000 US. Like, really? Lauren's down bad. I would run my channel for free for 3 years for $275,000.
It must have been upward of 80. I don't know. I couldn't tell you the exact number, but
You couldn't tell me the exact number? See, the wonderful thing about finances like this is you actually get the data numerically. You get the numbers. You can literally just see how much you've input. This is a person who is struggling because she was given every advantage and was too much of a incompetent to manage it properly. Was too irresponsible to manage it properly, and so on and so forth.
Wow. Incredible.
Okay, finally. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Southern. So pursuant to Standing Order 101...
This is just incredible. I received hundreds of thousands of dollars, but I never looked into the source. I was deceived. I'm the victim here, really. If you think about it, I'm the real victim here. I should get some compensation, in fact, for my moral losses.
082 and the motion adopted on September 19th, 2024, the committee resumes its study of Russian interference and disinformation campaigns in Canada. I'd like to now welcome our witness today, Ms. Lauren Southern. Ms. Southern, for your benefit, I'd like to specify that the testimony of yourself or of any witness is protected by parliamentary privilege. The House of Commons procedure practice states the following. Witnesses appearing before the committees enjoy the same freedom of speech.
How fitting that a Canadian is reacting to a Canadian proceeding. Don't you think it's karma? Don't you think it's ironic? And now this Polish Jewish person is reacting to this Canadian prison, reacting to this other Canadian prison's downfall. Lauren Southern's Canadian, right?
Protection from arrest and molestation, as do members of Parliament. Oh, sorry. Oh, we're going to move on to opening statements first. Ms. Southern, your opening statement, please.
Thank you.
There you go.
Honorable
Give
Chair,
us.
esteemed members of this committee, I would like to thank you for so enthusiastically inviting me to speak today. My name is Lauren Southern. I am a filmmaker, a YouTuber, and a proud Canadian. In late 2023, I was contracted to make weekly videos by a startup company called Tenet Media. Then recently, the U.S. Department of Justice released an indictment which alleges the founders of Tenet created the company in conjunction with two Russian citizens with funding ultimately originating from the Russian government. Per the indictment, the founders of Tenet Media deceived the personalities they contracted regarding their alleged source of funding.
Well, I'm sorry if you're too stupid into, like, they made up some guy. They made up some guy with a false past, and they were like, oh, there's no information on this guy apart from this PDF thing they've printed for us. Sounds legit. I mean, the money doesn't smell bad. That's a pretty hefty amount. There's no need to look into it any further. Come on. I don't even know what to say.
I'll make a few points clear at the outset. At no point in my involvement with Tenet did I ever have knowledge of the allegations in the indictment. And two, the only person who ever had any...
Well, this just makes you an idiot. An incompetent idiot. Come on. I mean, that has to be the line. That has to be the line that all of them take. Just like Tim Pool. Another poor, innocent little bean that was just stupid and spreading Russian misinfo for money by mistake. Whoopsie daisy.
Any creative control over my videos was me. No one from Tenet or anywhere else ever dictated what topics I covered or what opinions I held. I always seek to fight disinformation in all of its forms, and therefore I have a duty to inform this committee that disinformation has been spreading within these very walls. Some in the media and even witnesses to this committee have attempted to paint a
Oh my god. I've always fought against oh come on, Lauren Southern. That's
picture of Tenet as a hugely influential player in the political media landscape. This,
Well, it's only implicated Tim Pool, Lauren Chen, like who else?
frankly, is just not true. A previous witness to this committee who
I mean Tim Pool alone has pretty big influence, no?
went unchallenged stated that Tenet Media controlled a network of over 16 million subscribers. This is not true. On their largest platform, YouTube, Tenet had barely over 300,000 subscribers. I believe the 16 million figure referred to the total number of subscribers among all of the personalities who had videos contracted or licensed by
I mean they were literally spreading Tenet Media's message, so it's not unfair to count that, Lauren.
Tenet. So
That's a lot. That's a lot, though.
subscriber base is that, given all of the facts, Tenet had absolutely no control over. To claim that Tenet controlled those subscribers would be like claiming that a TV network had
Subscribers control the Are you stupid? It's not about control, it's about influence. Influence is it's not exactly direct control, but influence is still a thing. Why do you think Russia depends so much on its disinformation campaigns to shape opinions, to shape action even? Why do you think that, Lauren? Because disinformation and influence are a real thing, even if it's not a form of direct control.
had influence over the United States presidency
Yeah, hey, remember that word network there you just said? Okay.
because they air reruns of The Apprentice. The same witness claimed Tenet garnered over 1 billion video views and 20 billion impressions. I have absolutely no idea where those numbers came from. Very readily available public data shows that on its largest platform, YouTube, Tenet received only 16 million total views. Based on the witness's spacious numbers, he asserted that Russia received extraordinary value for their money. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of new media would know, however, that $10 million for 16 million views on YouTube hardly qualifies as extraordinary value.
I mean, there's also the views on the creators that worked for Tenet Media, Tim Pool, etc. No? Does that not count?
I'm sorry.
Lawrence.
Remind me, Lauren, what was Tim Pool's position on Ukraine for the past year?
Exactly. Thank you, President Sunday. Jesus Christ, this is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Indefensible.
What was let's see. I'm just gonna do it random because I'm a little roulette. He was actively in favor of Ukraine surrendering to annexation by Russia. Maybe hypothetically, they weren't trying to make money, Lauren. Maybe what they were actually
they were trying to what they were trying to do is to spread influence. You know what Russia does. Its main tool of hybrid warfare, misinformation and influence.
trying to do was to pay influencers a lot of money
to influence.
Maybe, just maybe.
In fact, it qualifies as a total failure. So there is
No, it does not, actually. It does not.
in fact a silver lining here. If the allegations are true, it appears Russia did attempt to influence Western media, but they failed pretty miserably. Now, I know the chief
I refer you back to what President Sunday just asked. What was Tim Pool's position of Ukraine for the last year? We don't have to.
concern of this committee is how this debacle may have influenced Canadians. Well, I was the only Canadian commentator and the only host that consistently discussed Canadian issues. In fact, if the company had any creative control over me, which they didn't, they probably would have asked me to stop making Canadian videos since they didn't perform very well. So if you were worried about this alleged Russian money unduly influencing Canadian issues, good news, didn't happen. And I'll be honest, it has been surreal for me to watch our government, experts, and media assert that scripts I would jot down in my notes app in a line at the grocery store were secretly part of a giant foreign influence campaign. Arguably, the largest actual impact on Canadians here has been the amount of tax dollars they've had to spend
Little blast from the past for some of you. Interviewing Alexander Dugin.
investigating this non-issue. Some in the media and
I know, I reacted to it. I reacted to this interview. She's friends with Dugin, by the way. She's an acquaintance of Dugin. That's right. I know that because after Dugin's daughter's death, Some creators were not crying about it. Some creators were not crying over the death of Alexander Dugin's daughter. And in fact, if memory serves, Dylan Burns debated Lauren Southern over the death of Alexander Dugin's daughter. And there was a very strange mix-up with translators and translation when she accused him of his translation being inaccurate. And he was very surprised. He said, but I'm pretty sure my translation is okay. I'm pretty sure it checks out. And then she said, well, I'll send you mine. And he sort of took it at face value during the debate. And then it turned out that that translation that she was talking about was a translation of a personal translator of Alexander Dugin. Lauren Southern. The objectivity is off the charts, as always.
This government seem to have concluded that the only reason a regular Canadian could possibly hold certain views that do not align with the current Liberal administration is because of pernicious, widespread Russian disinformation. I would like to propose an alternative hypothesis, and I know it may sound insane.
But everything is woke, and wokeness is evil.
No, this breaches the borders of conceivable thought, but maybe, just maybe, some Canadians consulted their own moral compass and decided they don't want this country funding foreign wars.
But you were funded to do propaganda for foreign wars.
You were pretty directly funded. You didn't just consult your conscience, you consulted your wallet. God. My goodness.
While she was this would have been while she was sleeping with Destiny, wasn't it? Well, he's not covering any of this. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. In fact, if that is so, then wouldn't it be the case that Lauren Southern's outings with Destiny were in fact paid for by the Russian government? If she paid her plane ticket, paid her way, paid for her hotel or anything, then wouldn't that by extension, if she was being paid by Tenet Media, that's from the same pot?
Maybe they looked around them at the hospital lineups or housing prices and thought immigration might be a little high. They lost their business during lockdown and think, I worry about my freedoms in this country. Some in this government are hell-bent on drastically exaggerating the extent of foreign influence because they can't seem to stomach the idea that they might be wrong about something and that a growing majority of Canadians legitimately and organically oppose what they are doing.
Well, if it's organically, then...
Organically through influencers that are being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. But it's organic, though. It's organic influencing. Trust me. Trust me. I'm a rich person. I'm being paid for being a competent influencer. It all checks out. Listen.
Why would they be paying you? That'd be redundant, wouldn't it?
Simply can't conceive that they are becoming unpopular naturally.
What we need to understand about Lauren, this is what everyone already understands by now, is that Lauren Southern is astonishingly stupid. Like stupid like you would not believe. Dumb as a rock. The reason why we...
Again, what does that tell about Xander? Whatever. We were not misreading this path.
Have DMs of her flirting with Destiny and talking about how I've never met a mind like yours. Well, it's twofold. It's partially because he then took these DMs, sent them to some random e-girl who was, I presume, buying foot pictures from. Shared them while waxing about how afraid he is of swallowing the butt plug he wears on stream. But the other one is that she sent those DMs to Destiny in the first place. Very stupid decision. Very stupid. Like, imagine doing that on Discord. Imagine not insisting, for example, that this be relegated to phone conversations. Why on earth would these ever exist if you're in Lauren Southern's position? You would have to be so dumb. So monumentally dumb.
So there must be foul play at work. Let me make this abundantly clear once more. No one but...
I mean, love is blind. Emotions can make you stupid.
Myself and my true experiences as a Canadian have informed my opinions. And to any members of this government who may be...
Would I lie?
...listening, I would suggest you familiarize yourself with these opinions because they are rapidly becoming the views of the majority of this nation.
By the way, a lot of Ukrainian refugees in Canada, just so you know.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Southern. So we start with the with the questions. Mr. Lloyd, for 6 minutes.
Thank you. Answer my...
I'm going to see if she's going to trip on some of these questions, then we're gonna finish probably.
Question, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Southern, for coming to this.
This is actually pretty interesting.
Committee today. This has been a very interesting study, and I found your statement today interesting, and it answered a number of my questions that I was going to have for you, but I still have some additional questions. The indictment itself.
Did you just call me a man? You're a man like this, huh? Transphobia in the chat, huh? I see what's happening here. Transphobia in the chat. I did not expect that from Ty. Of all people, transphobia in the chat. Calling me a man like that. All right, let's listen to the questions. I know you meant mean. Oh, that's what you meant. It's okay. I'm gonna let PS talk about your man like that. Oh, your man. I mean, Destiny. Oh, you know. He does like open things, plus. It's true. Listen, I know what I get into when I marry a man. When I marry a man, I know his good sides, I know his bad sides. I take in everything, okay? I already knew all this. I already knew all this prior to marriage, so... Was he grasping for straws for content? I have to do something. I have to do something to generate interest of the audience. Okay, let's listen to the questions.
Which you've read the indictment, I assume, alleges that RT employees and Tenet Media used a fake persona named Edward Gregorian to deceive
the fact that they believed that Edward Gregorian was real, even though it was so far-fetched, even though there was the only information that existed about Edward Gregorian was in a single file that they sent about him, even though there were several mistakes during conversations with Gregorian when they referred to him to them, when the people that were supposed to be Gregorian referred to themselves as someone else and were like, whoops, I'm actually writing in his name right now. It's come on.
commentators. Were you ever approached to make content by someone posing as Edward Gregorian?
No, the call I had well over a year ago now that signed me up for the company, I was told vaguely about a tech investor. I can't remember the exact name I was given, but
You were vaguely told about a tech investor and you decided that it's not worth looking into. You were like, oh, okay, sounds legit. I'm not going to look into this tech investor at all. I'm not going to look into the source of my financing at all. That sounds like a great idea and it's completely legitimate. I'm just an idiot.
I never spoke to someone named Edward Gregorian.
When were you first approached to do work for Tenet Media?
I wish I could remember the exact.
I'm a journalist. I'm a filmmaker and a journalist, but I'm totally not gonna investigate the source of my funding. Oh, ay. Ay. That is so sad. She's a real professional journalist. And a filmmaker.
Exact date, but it would have been probably 4 months before the company launched.
And the indictment.
Yeah, vaguely paid $200K from an unknown source. Sounds legit to me. How was I supposed to know that the source was Russia?
Alleges that this Kalashnikov character edited your videos in the past. Like, is this true?
Kalashnikov? Seriously? How was I supposed to know that the source was Russia trigger? My editor, Kalashnikov. Nice.
Continue. In the past, have you allowed others to edit your videos? Is this a common practice?
The editing process is just the cutting and adding of audio. In fact, any sort of text that would be on screen or any sort of words.
Kalashnikov only helped me slightly, I'll have you know. He did the bare minimum of editorial work. Thank you.
Said by me is entirely under my control. They had these individuals under the fake name editing the initial videos, and then I got an American editor assigned to me later on, and I also
True, called Lavrov.
edited some videos in-house. But once again, the editing process has no control over the actual content of the videos.
It sort of can actually, depending on what you do as an editor. Trust me.
So you would sign off on the final content of the videos?
I would go in and I would say cut at 2 minutes 30, it's going too long, add a soundtrack at 3 minutes. I had full control.
So you can't say for sure whether or not this Kalashnikov person was involved in the editing at any time?
I mean, I don't know. They had, I believe it was someone under a fake name.
Okay, thank you for that.
You know about this character? Gregorian is supposed to be fictitious. That's not real. It's like
Yes.
a name somebody used.
Not supposed to be, is fictitious. Is 100% fictitious. Yes.
So contact these people.
Now, the U.S. indictment alleges that commentators were paid upwards of $100,000 to produce this content. How much was this? What you found in your experience was what content creators were being paid by Tenet?
This was one of the large surprises for myself when.
Apparently, Tim Pool was paid the least of them, but I might be
the
wrong.
indictment dropped. I was on $275,000 for all operations. That was not my personal salary. I was contracted to make 3 videos a week, news reports, and 2 mini documentaries, and I had multiple staff, including researcher and assistant. So this budget paid for my studio, flights, videographers.
$275,000 for what? Well, to make little news videos, just local news, I'm sure.
Of
a
course.
kitten got stuck on a tree. Rent is too high in this municipality.
Oh my god. But you know how many people I have to pay? Do you know how big my team is? Do you know how big my expenses are? That $270,000 barely paid for anything, actually. I'll have you know. It barely paid for any of my... What sort of line is that?
That's just that little stuff like that. And to go on vacations to visit Stephen, apparently. Destiny, you should really... I don't know the actual breakdown, but there's a possibility you may actually want to be thanking Putin for some of those orgasms.
Staff, myself, I only made around 100,000 Canadian for my personal salary. So if you want to do a separate panel on the wage gap and alleged foreign influence campaigns, we can certainly do that.
What sort of due diligence did you perform before you began working with Tenet Media? Like, did you ever question?
None. I can answer that one. None. If she claims that she did her due diligence, I'm a journalist, investigative journalist at that. I'm a super duper serious investigative journalist, but I could not investigate the source of my own funding. How embarrassing.
Where this kind of money was coming from?
Is Lauren considerably further right than even Pierre? Lauren's going to, I believe, I saw a clip of this. Lauren is actually going to defend the Great Replacement in this hearing. Yeah, I would say she
Oh, thank you, Faye Calico Parker, for the tier 1. Thank you very much.
is. What you need to understand is that, like, while they've definitely gone down a Trumpian route, Canadian conservatives are closer, they were closer to American Democrats, but a bit more hawkish, but with less power. Yes, she is. She's significantly so. Very much so. Lauren's an out-and-out white nationalist. Lauren went out of her way to interfere with boats bringing in refugees because she is terrified of brown people replacing white people in Western countries. Lauren is significantly more right-wing than your average Canadian conservative. Massive.
Yep. Did you not find it at all suspicious?
Once again, given the budget I was given and the offer I was given from two people who have worked in media and were employed by The Blaze, Lauren Chen, it was not suspicious that this would be a startup.
Is that why Crowder and Peterson such cater to an American audience to exchange for Canada? No, that's where the money is.
Company whatsoever. Once again,
I've been talked into it by the people that I like, and therefore I decided to throw out my investigative journalism out the window to the winds and not look into the source of my own financing. I'm a professional journalist. Please watch my documentaries and trust them without any questions, because you can count on me to do real professional investigation. You can trust my research.
is running a severely underfunded operation. In fact, at multiple points, I found it difficult to continue to make multiple documentaries each month. And to afford that, I needed more staff on board. And so I would apply for more funds and was told that the company simply didn't have them available, given it was a small startup.
And do you feel that you were taken advantage of in this situation? Do you feel you were deceived by?
Yes, I'm the real victim here.
Lauren Chen and Liam Donovan?
Well, I mean, I wasn't given the information in the indictment, so if it's all true, then yes.
That seems clear.
She sounds very nervous. Her voice is cracking a little
I'm the real
with that,
victim.
Chair,
Yeah.
do I have any more? How much time do I have left?
You still have 2 minutes left, actually.
Well, you actually answered a lot of my questions on this already, Ms. Southern. So I'll have to regroup and pass it on to the next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. So the next speaker is Mr. Erskine Smith for 6 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to get back to the amount that you were compensated. You said you made $100,000 personal that you were able to take home with you, but what was the total amount before you paid out different contracts?
5,000 US.
Sorry, I missed that. It was 200 and something thousand US?
275,000 US.
Okay, and how many videos?
I cut it out at the beginning. I thought it was just 5,000 US. Like, really? Lauren's down bad.
Did you break for Tenet Media?
It must have been upward of 80. I don't know. I couldn't tell you the exact number, but
You couldn't tell them the exact number. See, the wonderful thing about finances like this is you actually get the data numerically. You get the numbers. You can literally just see how much you've input. You think you would know this like the back of your hand for this.
quite a few. I had 3.
Okay.
Let me give you more specifics. I was contracted to do 3 videos a week and 2 mini documentaries a month.
Okay, and you said they only have 300,000 subscribers. Is that right?
Yeah, but what's more interesting to me is that it was only, I believe, a few months before the indictment dropped that they only had around 100,000 subscribers. And in fact, I had a documentary with the company that was at around 10,000 views for a long time. And mere days before the indictment dropped, it was at millions. So I think the numbers, and I know that.
I think the Canadian government has pumped it up to 1 million in order to make this fake investigation against me. Take that. That is my opinion as an investigative journalist. Bastards. You should be investigated, not me.
That there were ad campaigns done to promote the videos, but I think the numbers have been massively inflated by those who have an interest in exaggerating foreign interference.
Exactly. Like you guys that are investigating me. Maybe you should be sitting and questioned, not me. Have you considered that?
Well, what was your idea of the business model here? Because, I mean, they're paying you $275,000 US, and I know you're taking home $100,000 after that, but there are others with even more followers and presumably going to get paid more as a result in their sort of stable of influencers.
I'd make 80 videos for $275,000. I would run my channel for free for 3 years for $275,000. Only 10,000 views for so much money. This just tells me the Russians are dumb as shit with their spending. Or how about this? What about this? What about hypothetically? I'm just speculating. Speculating. But what about hypothetically? Lauren's fucking someone with millions of viewers. Oh, that's potentially interesting. What if hypothetically, like you see where this gets really weird. Lauren Southern is also like a name. She's kind of known. Like, my general understanding is that it was personal
known.
struggles that made her just give up because she's very immature. Like, Lauren Southern
What?
was very networked with a lot of other people. Lauren Southern growing, Lauren Southern being an entity, that's potentially very powerful in terms of influence with people on YouTube and people on Twitch and so on and so forth. Like, while this was going
It is.
down, unless my timeline is off, and it could be, I haven't like spent time corroborating these, I'm just thinking about this just sort of on the fly. But like, given the timeline of all of this, it's distinctly possible, I don't know, maybe she even sold herself as someone who's getting in bed with these people. Maybe. I don't know. We haven't heard anything to the effect of what she was actually specifically told to do, except she was just told to make videos, apparently. They just went to Lauren Southern and went, we like your art. Here, have nearly $300,000. Just go out there and sing, Lauren.
How are they making money off this in your view?
Well, I mean, I was the top contributor, so I was getting some of the top view counts at the site. I was
That's the face of a woman you'd leave your wife's butt plug for. All right.
very hard to make sure my videos did well, trying to grow the company. I did not know the salaries of my peers, so I was under the assumption that they were getting paid the same, if not less, because I was doing a large amount of videos. So it made sense, certainly, that a startup from someone at a tech company could give the amount of money necessary.
And you didn't look into him, of course.
And certainly I was being asked to start doing advertisements at Tenet, and I assumed, the startup money must be drying up and they need to integrate ads into this. It certainly made sense from all the information I was provided.
And who was your main point of contact? Was it Lauren Chen was your main point of contact at Tenet?
No, I was typically Liam, but really I was kind of just left alone.
Is Liam Lauren Chen's husband?
Oh, nobody
fulfilling my
contacted.
contract.
I
Oh,
should have known that. I think I did know that.
no
I
contact at
wasn't
all.
speaking to them that often.
No, but someone comes to you and they say, we want you to join this, and they make
That's it, Sunday. You're back on the blacklist. I hope so.
pitch. You're not just going to join anything.
Remember, asterisk, never unban.
So it was Liam that made the pitch and sold you on it?
Lauren made the pitch, and then Liam sent the contracts over.
No tooth.
And you just asked no questions whatsoever. You just decided, questions? What are those? What am I to ask them? An investigative journalist or something?
This scurvy Argentinian is outscoring me.
Okay, so Lauren made the pitch. What was your relationship like with Lauren before she made the pitch to you?
Cordial. They're very friendly people. We had met in person before. We had, 10 years of knowing her in the same industry as me. She's always kind of made pretty decent videos on YouTube, and for the
Okay, that's enough. We've had enough. We've fallen below 20 viewers, so I think since we've been streaming for what? How many hours have I been marathoning this for? Let me see. Hold on. Let me check, okay? I've been streaming for 1 billion gazillion hours. This translates to... What do you want P2 raid? Philippe August. I've been streaming for like 5 hours and 11 minutes. I think I deserve a little bit of a break. But I hope some of you will return tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be an intense stream, okay? Tomorrow is gonna be good. You can trust me. Vegcom. Okay, we're gonna give Vegcom a lot of viewers today. Okay, we're doing this. Edit. You're gonna like Vegcom. Vegcom is a nice creator. Okay, I'm gonna see you tomorrow. Much love to all of you. I hope many of you will become returning viewers. We are doing a little bit of a rehaul of the channel. I'm trying to be more focused. I have a new layout. I have a new intro in my videos. Check that out. And I'm gonna be trying to be all around better, if that makes sense. Better with my delivery of stuff. Alright, good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.